Dr. Roth.
Here.
Dr. Latore.
Present.
Ms. Games. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. We'd like to recognize our court reporter, Anna Ruffin. Welcome back today. And Ms. Pam Ratliff is our Assistant AG hearing officer who will be conducting these hearings today. And the next order of business is the hearing in the case of Dr. Timothy Jackson. And I'm over to Ms. Ratliff.
You may.
Dr. Jackson is an orthopedic surgeon. Dr. Jackson was convicted of multiple felony counts related to income tax evasion and fraud. He served time in federal prison. He completed his probation and supervised release. And he started returning to the board in 2021 to have his license reinstated. The board initially denied him, required him to complete the specs test as is required of all applicants for licensure. Dr. Jackson also went for a CPEP assessment, clinical assessment, successfully completed that. The board, in its order in July of 2021, specified that once Dr. Jackson had successfully completed the specs test, he could return, reapply to have his license reinstated. He did so in September. Stan Ingram was actually handling these proceedings at that time, and I was sitting and watching. But in September, the board did grant Dr. Jackson's request for reinstatement. However, the board imposed a restriction on surgical privileges and required in the order that Dr. Jackson complete the requirements of a reentry program to be determined by the executive director before returning to this board and seeking reinstatement. Now, I know that his attorney is going to go into specifics of this, but the current status is that Dr. Jackson has completed step one. There are 3 phases in the program. He has completed step one, operating as a surgical assistant. There were 2 phases remaining in the program, but he is unable to complete those, according to Dr. Jackson, because CMS will not pay for any procedures he does or any support staff while he has a restricted license, which he does. And therefore, he is asking to have that restriction lifted or modified to allow him to serve as a first surgeon and complete the remainder of the reentry program. I think that's pretty accurate as to where we are today.
I think so.
Now, I'll yield the floor.
Mr. Whitfield, would you like to make a statement?
I would. As I've heard to call it down on the coast, I'll give a little talk. I think that Paul probably has accounted pretty accurately kind of where we stand in connection with the timeline. As Paul has indicated, Dr. Jackson did do some time in a federal prison for tax-related issues, problems. He did get out. We did appear back before this board after we had communicated with the board about what would be required to re-enter the practice of medicine, get his license back essentially. And he was told that he had to do the CPEP exam. And as you know, that is considerably expensive, especially for somebody that doesn't have any income. But he managed to borrow and beg and, find dollars and cents under his mattress, did go do it, did successfully complete it. We put the report in, and you all have a copy of the report. If somebody needs a copy of the report, it is attached. Actually, we sent it in as an additional or as an exhibit to this hearing. In fact, I think the exhibit itself is number, I want to say is number 15. It's number 13. Item number 13. In fact, it is Bates stamp number 46 in the material that we provided to you all. And I thank the board attorney for Bates stamping those for us so that we could all kind of follow the same thing. But 13 is the actual CPAP exam. Whenever he completed the CPAP exam, he reached out then to the board and got kind of instructions in terms of what to do next. We filed the motion to reinstate his license. We came here. As far as I was aware, as far as Dr. Jackson was aware, there wasn't really any other seminal steps that needed to take place. Well, we got here, we made our presentation, and as I remember, just based upon my recollection, toward the very end of the process, I think it was, I can't remember the doctor's name, but Dr. Lippincott, you now sit in his seat. He asked me and Tim whether Dr. Jackson had completed the specs exam. I will tell you, that's the first time I heard about the specs exam. Well, it is what it is. So we left here and Dr. Jackson immediately enrolled in the specs and then completed it successfully. And we've put that particular scoring in our material. We can talk about that if need be. And we have reappeared back here from a timeline standpoint. We had our hearing and the board decided that they were going to reinstate Dr. Jackson's license. Now, the one thing that I want to make sure that at least I give some focus to is that in the board's order, the reason that they needed, or at least the board rationalized, in my view, rationalized the need for some type of proctorship, OPPE, if you want to call it that, was because of the lapse of time. And there was a lapse of time. I mean, he obviously cannot do surgery in prison, and he had been out of commission for 4 or 5 years at that point, I think, somewhere along in there, actually 6 years. And so even Dr. Jackson would agree that standing over a patient and rendering care to a patient during a surgical procedure is a lot different, or it looks a lot different after you've been out of the game for a couple of years. So he recognizes wholeheartedly that he would need some reacclimation to the operating room, which is kind of where his passion is. So the board indicated to us that we needed to meet with Dr. Cleveland. I didn't meet with Dr. Cleveland. Dr. Jackson met with Dr. Cleveland, and they prepared I call it a reentry program, or at least a reentry agreement. It's Exhibit D to our motion, and it's a relatively detailed kind of a compact. And the first part of it says that Dr. Jackson would need to engage in 3 months of proctoring, which he's done, and we've provided support for the board for that proctoring. Dr. Raff on the coast was willing to oversee Dr. Jackson, and to this day is still willing to oversee Dr. Jackson. He just wants Dr. Jackson to get credentialed so that he can do procedures. There is a group that Dr. Raff is a part of that I think the intent is that Dr. Jackson will be a part of that group, which one of the things that the CPEP document indicated, or at least the CPEP recommendations indicated, that he should probably at least kind of cocoon himself for a while in a partnership that would give him some, I think they call it trusted colleague support, which he will have. The second part of the reentry program at Exhibit D of our motion is that he would have to do surgeries as a lead surgeon. Well, as it turns out, I think that the reason that we're here today is because, at least in my view, of a kind of an unplanned issue. I'm not real sure. I was thinking at the time when I talked to Dr. Jackson about the agreement, how Dr. Jackson would actually do surgery as a lead surgeon if the hospital is not going to credential him as a lead surgeon because they can't get paid for it. And apparently CMS is not willing to credential Dr. Jackson to be a lead surgeon with a restriction on his license, which he's got. Now, he simply is caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. He's been practicing of sorts, at least within the limitations that have been placed upon him, for going now on 5 years. And I don't know that there probably is a few things, because I'm not a surgeon. I don't know that there's anything that he hasn't done to this point. Anything that he does do, though, he is doing under the watchful eye of either Dr. Raff primarily, and then Dr. Logan primarily. Both of them are orthopedic surgeons. Dr. Raff primarily does general orthopedics. Dr. Logan is an orthopedic surgeon that does spine procedures. Now, we are asking as relief that this board take the restriction off of Dr. Jackson's license and allow the hospital that wants to credential him as a lead surgeon to do what they always do when somebody shows up new from a fellowship or whatever, is they always have them engage in some kind of acclimation process within their facility. Of course, Dr. Jackson knows exactly what this particular facility's expectations is, because before he went to prison, he was chief of surgery. And he's been chief of surgery at 3 or 4 different hospitals on the coast. There's nothing at all that Dr. Jackson has not done as a matter of credentials in his career. He's been chief of surgery. He has been board certified. He's been a practicing surgeon before he went to prison for 20 plus years. He was out of commission, no doubt. Even if this board were not to at least impose the expectation, which we have indicated that the hospital CEO would do, even if this panel would completely do away with the restriction and not expect the hospital to do any OPP or expectations, Dr. Jackson could walk into the facility today and function as a functioning surgeon, much like he did before he went to prison. He was chief of surgery. Now, here's what I would like to do. I would like to put Dr. Jackson on the stand, if I might, and just get him to tell you kind of because I don't know how to really put it in any other way. I mean, he's just in kind of purgatory right now, and I don't know how he gets out of it. I mean, this is to continue to have the restriction on his license amounts to a banishment from the field in the world of orthopedic surgery. It just is. I mean, in practical sense, and I don't know that it was foreseen, but here we are. So I want to put Dr. Jackson on the witness stand and get him to tell you, kind of where he finds himself and what he would like to do. He's willing pretty much to do anything from an acclimation standpoint with the facility to get kind of back in the game, as it were. And then what I'd like to do after he tells you kind of, what he would like to see as an outcome, I would like to go over maybe a few other things, and then I'll sit down, and I'm hoping that I won't talk too much, if that's okay.
Procedurally, what we'll do is this is your petition or Dr. Jackson's petition. Yes, you will put on your case,
Okay.
and then you will question Dr. Jackson under oath. the board's attorney may also question and the board panel may question. Procedurally, housekeeping wise, there was some reference to some exhibits that are marked. Those are, from what I can see, marked as Jackson 1 through 75. Are those yours exhibits for Dr. Jackson?
Nearly all of them are. When we got back the set of Bates stamped exhibits from the board, they had added two exhibits, which, we are fine with. The only reason I didn't give them to you is because they were sent directly to the board attorney's office. So I didn't have them. So I'm fine with pages 71. And then 71 is the CV of Dr. Raff. And then 73 is the list of surgeries that Dr. Jackson did. And again, this is something that I didn't have when I originally sent the material to y'all. Dr. Jackson apparently sent that. Either Dr. Jackson sent it or Dr. Raff did it. I do not know. He can answer that question. But
So for housekeeping wise, procedurally to mark these as exhibits, are we marking these as petitioner's exhibits?
Yes, ma'am. And if I could clarify about the documents, we're still in the process of adjusting for paperless with the SharePoint versus hard copies. There are two sets of documents relevant to Dr. Jackson's petition. In the board's books is the petition itself and with the attachments that were filed with it. That includes documents that are labeled exhibits. They're not reproduced on the SharePoint. Those are in the book. Again, that's the petition and everything that Mr. Whitfield had attached to the petition. Then we had separate exhibits, which are what are placed on SharePoint in the PDF file. Most of the documents are in both, but there's a little bit of redundancy, and there's a few that are only in one. For example, there's multiple copies, but the return to practice program is on page 28 in the SharePoint.
Okay.
And so we will try to specify
So
which document we're referring to. If it doesn't have a Bates number, if it has a Bates number, it's in the SharePoint.
So for the record, what we'll introduce is, let's call the Jackson Bates numbered 1 through 75 as Exhibit 1. And then we'll call the petition with the attached documents to it Exhibit 2. And these will be petitioner's exhibits.
And I do have one question, both for the hearing officer and for opposing counsel. The exhibits on SharePoint include at least 3 data bank reports. Now, they have been offered by, Dr. Jackson himself. We could not use those as exhibits. It's barred by law. And so I just want to make sure that, or ask whether you want those to be sealed for the board's use. Or
yes,
Okay.
I do. In fact, I don't know that there would be any specific harm in sealing Exhibit 2. Exhibit 1, I'm fine with, and the attachments that are attached there. Exhibit 1 is the exhibits that we sent, and then they sent those back to us, Bates stamped. Probably about half of the actual pagination itself would probably fit into the category that Paul just mentioned. And, if it's possible, what we would like to do would be to simply kind of make Exhibit 1 kind of an in-camera document.
as I understand it, Exhibit 1, that's the exhibits, the Bates number documents.
Mhm.
But, well, we would object because, again, the only thing that I know and that I would agree to are the data bank reports. Another document that's in there that's very important is the CPEP assessment. I think that's got to be a public document, et cetera.
And this is a public forum, and this is his public request. So the documents, to the extent that they're not barred by law from being produced, which would be the data bank reports, those will be under seal. The other documents will be public.
So the data bank reports, but there are also documents like from CMS that have some information on it that I don't know. It's not the same document, but it would be within that category.
And the data bank records would be, the board is not allowed to produce them themselves. If you produce them, if you have them, I'm not sure that they would be protected from public purview. I'm just trying to do it as a safety mechanism to say that those would be under seal.
Okay.
Because the board has requested that and you don't oppose that.
Correct.
But other documents, unless they have confidential patient information, for other patients that are not here today, those would be under seal. But these are public hearing, it's a public record.
Sure.
For the board members that are attending and those attending by Zoom, the documents are on the shared drive. They should be under the exhibit folder. And you'll see the ones that's marked Jackson at the bottom with the base number. The others are in your packet book attached to the petition. All right, any other preliminary housekeeping?
So we are attaching the documents that we kind of produced in mass that are now Bates stamped as Exhibit 1,
Exhibit 1.
and then the petition and its exhibits, that's Exhibit 2.
Yeah, and we'll refer to those as attachments or exhibits to that. So
Great.
yes,
We'll
it'll
do
be
that.
composites. All right.
So
I think that's fine. He was asking, I give you small, you all used to, I'll see patients' names on, but I do.
I think that was attached to, I thought that was attached to one of the affidavits.
No, no, I didn't have that. That's why I didn't send it to you.
Okay.
He
Well,
must
we
have
don't
used
need
this, it's the last one, that one right there. It's got procedures on it, but it doesn't have.
They must have sent this with the initial, then this is phase
He did.
one.
He probably did.
Give the objection. I didn't understand what it
He
was.
probably did. I mean,
That's the one we referred to it.
well, I mean, is this something to seal?
To what?
Is that something to seal or no? Doesn't matter.
There's no patient names.
sorry,
No.
we were just trying to do some housekeeping real quick.
You're fine.
So I would call Dr. Jackson as a witness,
Okay.
please.
And Dr. Jackson, you'll need to be sworn in by the court reporter.
Okay, raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may proceed.
Good morning, Dr. Jackson. Just for the record, would you state your full name, please, sir?
Timothy Dale Jackson,
Okay, and where do you live currently?
Pass Christian, Mississippi.
Okay. You've heard me kind of give a little bit of a rendition about you as a physician. Would you give the board just a very, very quick summary, 30,000-foot view of your, if you can verbalize your CV, that would be great. Okay, quick.
I graduated medical school in 1990 from Indiana University, completed orthopedic residency at Emory University in 1995, and moved to Mississippi for my first orthopedic job at Memorial Hospital, where I'm still hoping to work again. And I practiced there from 1995 till 2014, as well as other hospitals on the coast.
Okay. Have you ever served as the chief of surgery in any facility?
I did stints as chief of surgery at all the hospitals on the coast at one point. Well, Memorial Hospital and Hancock Medical Center at the time, and at Garden Park Hospital.
There was a hospital on the coast at one time called Gulf Coast Community Hospital over on DeBees.
I was not on staff there.
Okay, all right. Were you prior to 2014 board certified?
Yes,
Okay, and that would be what the American Board of whatever.
orthopedic surgeon.
Yeah,
right.
orthopedic, right,
Mhm.
okay. When were you board certified?
All the way through, I guess, 2 years after residency when the first board exam comes. So from 97 till 2017. I recertified in 2007.
2007?
2007, and it expired in 2017 because I couldn't retake the test from prison.
Okay. So if the board, have you been able, maybe tell the board what efforts you've made to become board certified again? And if not, why not?
Well, I took the specs test at the request of the board. So I did that before the license was reinstated. The orthopedic surgery boards, to be credentialed as a surgeon, require a case list. So I've been waiting until I could get back to surgery and start developing a case list to submit as part of my board reapplication. So I guess would be considered board eligible still. I thought a year ago we were going to be able to get the credentialing going and I would be able to start practicing as a surgeon and develop the case list. And the American Board of Orthopedic Surgeons expressed that I could, as soon as I got a case list, I could apply. But then we got delayed for these reasons we've discussed, and that's still pending.
That's kind of where I want to go next.
All right.
These reasons, okay? We got delayed for these reasons. What are these reasons?
The first reason, well, I became certified as a surgical first assistant through the American Board of Surgical Assistants so that I could get back in the operating room 5 years ago now, so that while I was going through all the processes required to get my license and everything approved, I was still able to be in the operating room and still, sew and do the things I love to do. So I've been a surgical first assistant the whole time, and I still work as a surgical first assistant at the hospital in Biloxi, Memorial Hospital in Biloxi, and at the one in Gulfport. The first delay to getting credentialed, though, to be my own surgeon was when CMS, while I was in prison because of the felony, CMS canceled my provider status. And when I reapplied to CMS, they initially denied that again, and I had to go through an appeal process with them. So that took another year or two before CMS
Did
would
they
let me-
withdraw that?
They did. CMS reinstated me retroactive back to the original date of 2020 is when it ended. So when CMS reinstated me, that was November of 2024. And I got very excited because that was what I thought was the biggest hurdle, to be able to get back with the hospital. The hospital CEO had been very eager to have me come back. That's the hospital I worked at for years. I was chief of surgery there. I knew a lot of physicians there, a lot of staff still. And I had worked through phase one of the reentry program there with John Raff, who is the head of the orthopedic trauma service there. And that's where they would like me to come back and work. Once the CMS status came through, I started in earnest with the hospital to go through credentialing to get contracted. They're going to hire me as an employed physician. So I was going through that. When the hospital credentials and billing services talked to CMS, the hospital was told that they will not be able to reimburse, or CMS will not credential me as a surgeon because there's a surgery on my surgical restriction on my surgical privileges. So they told the hospital that they would not reimburse the hospital for anything related to surgery of my patients or me. And that pretty much ended the hospital's ability to move forward. Also, the hospital is concerned that insurance, to get a malpractice insurance as an orthopedic surgeon with a license that says you have a restriction on surgery privileges, would also probably be impossible.
So attached as an exhibit to our motion is Exhibit D. So Exhibit 2 is our motion. The attachments to Exhibit 2 contain Exhibit D, which is the reentry agreement. And I think that is another attachment in the material that is Exhibit 1. But I know where this one is. So item number 2 is something that I guess you were aware of in writing before you went back to work as a surgeon, right?
What page is that in our?
Okay, so
our-
in your motion, Exhibit D is the reentry agreement.
It's 20.
28. 28, it's 28 to Exhibit 1.
Okay, yep, I've got it.
phase 28.
So tell me this just as a matter of housekeeping. Is the exhibit that I'm referring to exhibit 2 is the motion with the exhibits? Is that something that's electronically?
I think he's got that hard copy.
Yeah, I know he does, but I guess the board, I mean, does the board have hard copies or does the board have electronic
The
copies?
board has electronic copy of that. They have a hard copy of your petition with the attachments.
Okay, all right. So either way, I mean, it's
Either
both
way.
in hard copy and it's electronic. Okay, all right. So the reentry agreement is something that you read
Yes,
and then you signed it back in January of 2022.
yes,
So item number 2 is, I think, where you're kind of stuck at, right?
correct.
Why are you stuck at item number 2 and you can't complete item 2?
Phase 1, item 1 was to serve as a first assistant, which I was able to do as credentialed as a surgery first assistant, as a surgical assistant at the hospital. So once I completed that is when I needed to be able to be credentialed by the hospital as an orthopedic surgeon in order to be the attending doctor taking care of the patients and be the surgeon of record on the operative notes. And so this phase 2 requires me to be the surgeon and have one of my colleagues, an approved proctor, to work with me as my assistant, and then to attest to the board about how well I did.
Well, so it doesn't require you just to be a surgeon. It requires you to be.
The primary surgeon, right? I need to be the surgeon of record, the one, taking care of the patients.
Is that
And
otherwise
everyone-
known as lead surgeon?
Lead surgeon would be a good, yeah.
Okay, well, that's in the agreement, right?
Yes,
Okay. Can you be a lead surgeon and do cases as a lead surgeon currently?
no. I
And-
cannot do that because the hospital is not able to credential me as a physician surgeon with privileges to do orthopedic surgery, because the restriction on my license specifically says it's a restriction against surgery privileges
Okay.
until I finish the program.
By the way, have you been doing first assistant work since you were allowed to do so by the board?
Yes, I've been doing first assistant work even before I started working with Dr. Raff. I started doing first assistant work with John Logan, who's an orthopedic and spine surgeon. And I've been doing that for 4.5 years now. When I did phase 1 in general orthopedic first assisting, I worked with John Raff at Memorial Hospital for 3 months, and his affidavit about our experiences is in there as well.
So have you been essentially doing first assist work since you were allowed to do first assist work by the board?
Yes, I have been doing it the whole time since I first was allowed to do it. And then also I'm still doing it. And now, since I sent this motion in anticipation of hopefully getting over this hurdle somehow, I've started first assisting with the other trauma surgeons at Memorial who I would be working with
That
if
would
I
be
got to the point. Ray Long is one, and then I've done some first assist cases with Dr. Johansson.
Okay, all right. How would you characterize the variety of procedures that you've first assisted on since being allowed to do so?
I've done a wide variety of spine surgeries with Dr. Logan over the 4 years I worked with him. And then with Dr. Raff and Dr. Long and Dr. Johansson, there's between the 3 of them, there's a very broad variety of total joint replacements, trauma surgery at Memorial and at Biloxi, Memorial Biloxi and Memorial Gulfport hospitals. So we've done traumas of the upper extremity, lower extremity, and basically everything that a large hospital consults orthopedic surgeons for is what the trauma service takes care of, and that's what we've been doing.
Would you say that your participation in first assist work has given you basically a view of nearly every aspect of orthopedic surgery that you're asking this board to let you do as a lead surgeon?
Definitely it has. One of the bright spots of this whole thing for me has been able to work with different surgeons who've had their own years of experience. As a surgeon in solo practice, you do your own surgeries and you may have people assist you on complicated cases or help other people, but you don't usually get the opportunity to work with skilled people on a daily basis like that. So that's actually been a blessing. I've seen different people, how they approach total joints, how they approach traumas and hip fractures, and it's been actually beneficial.
Are you ready to function as a lead surgeon in an operative setting?
Yes, I definitely feel I'm ready to do that. As with any practice, there are cases that I would have somebody help me with, complex cases, which we always do. We help each other, and I would refer some cases out. But I'm definitely able to take call and take care of the trauma surgeries that would be part of this job, and I feel I'm ready to do that.
Have you spoken with the CEO at Memorial about being credentialed as a lead surgeon as long as we can get this restriction removed off of your license?
Yes, we've spoken a lot over the last few years, actually. They've been holding the spot for me to come and work there and not hired somebody else to fill it, hoping that I would be able to come. But his feeling is that as soon as the restriction is lifted and CMS will be able to reimburse the hospital for my services, the hospital credentialing committee will not have trouble with credentialing me as a surgeon and insuring me as a surgeon. And the surgeons that I would be working with there, I've actually worked with them now for several months. So I have a lot of experience with the ones who would be giving him insight onto whether I would be capable of doing it or not.
So let's just assume then that the board removes the restriction off of your license. I mean, today, hypothetically. What would be the first thing that you would do when you walk out of here as far as your work as a surgeon?
The hospital would be ready to credential me as a surgeon, so I would go to the hospital staff office and tell them, please print out an application for me to re-credential as a surgeon now instead of a first assistant. And then I would start that process. It might take a month to get through the credentials committee review and then the medical staff review and then the board approval of the contract for me to be an employee and also the credentialing as a surgeon.
Well, so would you have any kind of a reluctance or even any opposition to having, say, Dr. Raff come and participate with you as a second surgeon for a month or 10 procedures or anything reasonable like that?
No, I have no opposition to that at all. In fact, Dr. Raff and I have talked about that and made arrangements to do the first cases together with him assisting me.
Okay. And you feel like you're ready now to be a lead surgeon and with the help of Dr. Raff or the other ones that are in that group assisting you that you could reacclimate to the Memorial Hospital surgical department?
Yes, I have no doubt about that.
Okay, good. So Dr. Lippincott, I guess I would turn over the witness at this moment.
Okay, if you'll tender the witness and we'll let the board counsel
Sure.
have a question.
Sure.
Good morning, Dr.
Good
Jackson.
morning.
Did you ever understand that the entire point of offering you a reentry program with the requirements specified by the executive director was to save you money?
No,
Okay, so you're unaware that there are third-party entities such as CPAP, such as K-STAR, which do reentry programs and education programs for a cost, and that they do it, as a matter of course.
what was your question? I'm aware of that after having been through the process.
Okay, well, let's talk about CPAP, all right? Because in your papers, a lot of times you say, well, you passed the CPAP evaluation, you've done everything that CPAP required, correct? That's your belief.
Yes,
Okay, well, on base page 47, the CPAP, I'm referring to those numbers in the bottom corner.
I see it, yes.
Yeah, the evaluation report starts on 46, continues on 47. And I believe that in your papers filed with the board, part of this was quoted. The part that reads, CPAP opines the best environment for a physician returning to practice. See that paragraph? That was quoted in your papers. And then the next paragraph was also quoted. Dr. Jackson's patient schedule should initially allow adequate time for him to contact a colleague to discuss cases if needed and to research clinical questions during or immediately after patient encounters. Okay, that was quoted in your papers that you filed with the board. However, the next paragraph was not. And it reads, alternatively, if desired by Dr. Jackson and or the board, CPAP is available to speak about options and resources, including development of a CPAP educational intervention. Okay. A CPAP educational intervention would be separate from the evaluation, but an actual plan, like this reentry program, but it would be monitored by CPAP. It would be an agreement between you and CPAP. CPAP would set up the physicians you would be working with, et cetera. So that's one option, is that CPAP can do education plans. And in fact, there are physicians who we have worked with trying to get a reentry program in place. And this is a matter of public record, but there was a Dr. Pham who we tried to get a reentry program in place. It was not successful. She went to CPAP, had an intervention, an educational program created by CPAP. And when we came before the board said that's not good enough. It's not strenuous enough. So now she is gone and is working, as we understand it, at the reentry program at Texas A&M, which is the K-STAR facility. Do you know what K-STAR is?
Only from the list that you gave me years ago of choices when I was doing the CPAP.
Okay, so recently we had some discussions with some people in your camp, or at least one person in your camp, about the possibility that that the director might agree to K-STAR, which has a specific reentry program. It's tailored to the physician, but there is a reentry program offered by K-STAR, which in the executive director's opinion, could replace the remainder of the reentry program. Do you know anything about that?
No,
Okay, so you haven't contacted either CPAP or K-STAR to discuss the possibilities of developing an educational plan.
no.
Okay. Do you know whether anyone on your behalf has contacted either of those entities about, crafting a plan?
I don't know, but I wouldn't think so.
All right, if you turn to page 48 there in the CPAP report, there's a paragraph called Limitations. CPAP's findings are based on the performance of the participant during the assessment process. No direct observation of the participant in the procedural setting occurs. Therefore, conclusions address only whether the participant possesses the knowledge and judgment necessary to perform without predicting actual behavior. CPAP is unable to evaluate whether a participant possesses the technical skills required in a procedural setting. So you understand that your capabilities and skills in the procedural setting is what the reentry program was intended to address. Do you understand that?
Yes. Well, I
I'm just saying-
understand that CPAP there's no way they can watch people do surgery. So my understanding is CPAP looks at the knowledge base, the relationship with patients, the abilities that they can test, and that the knowledge about surgical skills and technical skills would be provided to the board by the surgeons that I did work with or by affidavits and such that we included.
But CPAP includes this language to differentiate between a CPAP evaluation, like you said, which is a base of knowledge type evaluation, and a CPAP educational program, which actually does go into the procedural aspects. You have proctors, generally speaking, for one of these programs, you would have proctors. They would report to CPAP. CPAP would assess your performance and your skills, again, against norms, and then they would report eventually to the board. So again, there's another process that CPAP does that could have evaluated your skills, but it does cost money. And also, again, K-Star also has a similar program. But as I understand it, since you started trying to get your license back and since it was reinstated in a restricted fashion, you've put all your eggs in the basket of working at Memorial Hospital where you used to work, right? That's your plan, is to return there.
Yes, that's been my plan.
Okay. Have you explored any other options that might have allowed you to fulfill the terms of the reentry program as specified by the executive director?
Well, my understanding from CMS and from the hospital CEO is that no hospital would be able to credential me as a surgeon with the restriction in place. Maybe a CPAP has a way to do that. I don't know how they could if I have a surgical restriction, but I haven't pursued it anywhere else mostly because, well, you're correct. Memorial is the place where I live and where I've worked many years and where I know the people there, and they also know me. So, but it's also the place that I felt like complied very well with what the educational recommendations were that you referred to before on page 47. So my position has been that these CPAP made a primary recommendation to do what's in these first three paragraphs, to work with trusted colleagues, to do a self-education program, and to surround myself with people when I get back into practice who would be able to be proctors and to watch my cases. And then CPAP, so that's their primary recommendation, which is what I put in my submission to the board. CPAP did alternatively say, if you don't want to do our primary recommendation, there is alternatively another way to do it. That was my understanding.
Right. And that was in the initial evaluation that CPAP did for you back in 2020.
Correct. This is right.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the reentry program, the board reentry program. Now, you're not the first physician that has been offered a similar reentry program. I'm aware of at least a cardiothoracic surgeon, also at least one OBGYN who had successfully completed such a program.
Can I, point of order? I have no idea what these other patients, these other physicians encountered. I don't know that it is appropriate to be confronting this witness with other physicians that may or may not have been before this board. I have no way of knowing what the circumstances are. So, I mean, if Mr. Barnes is confronting Dr. Jackson with some other program that some other physician went through, first of all, I don't know how he would answer that. Second of all, I don't know that the apples and the oranges test are being met. I have no clue what we're talking about. So I really do object in a line of questioning that confronts Dr. Jackson with how other physicians that have come before this board have been treated based upon representations of counsel. Now, if he wants to refer you all to those case numbers and say, go look at it, that's fine. But I don't know that I think it's appropriate that counsel give his rendition about how other physicians were treated before this board.
It's a matter of public record. I was not going to ask Dr. Jackson to go into details. I was trying to explain the development of the program which he was offered, which started initially was for a cardiothoracic surgeon. And I'm simply trying to get to the point of why it was offered and how it was offered for Dr. Jackson.
Okay.
And that's fine if I had any notice at all that this was going to happen. I haven't even been given a response to my motion that would even bring something like that up. So I really object in going into
Okay.
any other discipline, other entry programs from other physicians.
And to the extent that Dr. Jackson would not be aware of those, he cannot answer that. But the board, of course, can take notice of the board's prior actions, and they can determine about the reentry program.
And I'll be more specific, if I can be, Dr. Jackson. The point that I'm trying to get to is that other physicians who have been offered a similar program, reentry program by the board, they were different types of offenders. Primarily, one was a pure competence-based issue, but the other was they were professional sexual misconduct. And so those physicians had relationships with the PHP program. And so the PHP program was able to act as a third-party monitor to see that those physicians completed the tiers of the reentry program. And we don't have that here. So I'm trying to distinguish that. But
Again, I object to this line of questioning and confronting this witness with other physicians, other programs, other approaches, especially when we have not been even, given a response to our petition that this kind of stuff was going to come up. I mean, if it was even minimally offered, then that would be one thing. But it's not. Now, I did get the suggestion that Dr. Jackson attend the K-STAR, and I'll ask him about that. But it was weeks ago. It's not in the order. It's not in anything. So I object to this line of questioning.
And we're here today on the petition for reinstatement of the license. And the issue is you're asking for essentially reinstate, and he had a reentry program recommendations. So you're asking for the license to be reinstated without restrictions at this point, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the board council is questioning the licensee regarding his completeness of that reentry program. And the board, of course, can take judicial notice of prior disciplinary actions, prior orders, and prior reentry programs. So whether or not he knows about a current program, that's not going to be the issue here. Mr. Barnes, I'd ask you to just, if you would, can you kind of streamline your questioning to him as to the facts regarding his petition?
yes, ma'am. The point I'm trying to get to, and I'll get to it now, is that if you have a program with K-STAR, if you have a program, a reentry program, or an educational program with CPEP, they act as a third-party entity to monitor your progress and then report to the board. In this reentry program, okay, offered to you because it was lower cost, you wouldn't have to pay CPEP, you wouldn't have to pay K-STAR, okay, the board must directly monitor. The executive director must directly monitor your process. And that's why, and you see all the reporting requirements that are in the reentry program. And so one of the suggestions I am making for the board to consider is that the participation of CPEP or K-STAR would be an alternative to simply lifting the restrictions, or even if the board, quote, lifts the restrictions but imposes some conditions to allow you to get privileges, there are still alternatives other than having someone, your friends, follow you for 10 or 20 cases. Now, I want to ask you about the 10 or 20 cases. Now, the reentry program was intended to be a year long, wasn't it?
Yes,
3 months in phase one, which you successfully completed. I'll try not to fall down and need your help. Right? You
Yeah.
successfully completed phase one.
yes,
Was it phase two when you were to act as a lead surgeon, but not solo? You were to have someone there assisting you. That was phase two. That was to be for 3 more months, correct?
yes,
And then the last phase, where you were to act as lead surgeon and simply consult with another orthopedic surgeon to plan, to make sure that they agree with your program. That was to last 6 months,
correct.
correct? How long would it take you, at this point, if you were given your privileges back, how long would it take you to perform 10 upper body procedures and 10 lower body procedures as you and Dr. Raff and Dr. Logan have proposed?
Probably 1 to 2 months.
1 to 2 months? You have said earlier that you would be willing to do, or perhaps it was your attorney, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that you would be willing to do pretty much anything. I'm not going to hold you to anything, but pretty much anything to any oversight that would allow you again to progress. Is that correct?
Well, my desire is to return to being a surgeon, so I would be willing to consider almost anything, right? But
how long would it take you? How many procedures would you perform in 6 months? If you were able to perform surgery under the reentry program, if you got to phase 3 and you were still being monitored for that last 6 months, how many procedures might you perform during that time?
during 6 months of working with Dr. Raff as a proctor in the way that I did before, or having him
No,
assist
as
me
you
on the
assisting you,
cases.
excuse me. I'm sorry, I spoke over y'all. Yes, sir. As phase 3, you being the lead surgeon, with him being there to assist you.
It's difficult to predict, but I guess during the 3 months that I did work with Dr. Raff on all of his cases, I did 130 cases, I think, which is probably more than an average solo practice person would do in that time, because the hospital trauma service is busy in that way. So I would get a lot more cases than normal working with Memorial Hospital as I proposed. The thing that I guess requesting that the board consider is that the time that I've been operating as a first assistant now for over 4 years has given me a lot of experience in the operating room and seeing a lot of cases. And so I would ask that to be part of the factor when the board's making a decision.
I'm sure you've presented the board. I'm sure the board will take that into account. However, trying to go back to the fact that the original reentry program had tiers. It was intended to be a progressive program, not simply stay in phase 1 for 4 years
Correct.
and then jump, straight to being lead surgeon. I guess so. I believe you said 130 or so procedures in 3 months.
Correct.
Okay, so in 6 months, we could say, over 200 procedures anyway would be a reasonable expectation.
Probably so. The call would change if there's 3 of us taking call instead of 2. So there would probably be somewhat fewer than I did before, but 200 is a reasonable number.
Yes, sir. Well, do you know whether Dr. Raff or Dr. Logan or both might be willing to serve as your proctor if the board lifts your restrictions for 6 months, or the number of procedures, as opposed to 10 or 20 procedures, or the number of procedures that you might perform in 6 months?
I believe that they would be willing to do that, to be my assistant surgeon and serve as a proctor. Dr. Ray Long and Dr. John Raff would be the 2 that would be in my group there that would do it. And I could probably request proctorship with some of the other total joint surgeons, or in order to get more cases and get things done more expediently, I might be able to add some other proctors if that would be acceptable.
And so if those physicians would take responsibility for that program, you believe they would, again, you can't speak for them here today, but you believe that they would be receptive to at least considering a more extensive relationship in that regard?
I believe they would, yes.
Now, you stopped pursuing your credentialing as an orthopedic surgeon pending this review by the board. That was actually in 2013 that you stopped pursuing privilege, correct?
I believe it was 2014, 2024, after the CMS reinstated me, when I really aggressively started to try to hire on. When it got stopped was either early 2025 or I may have the dates wrong, but I think it was November 2024 when I started to pursue it and got stopped.
Okay, but it has been some time, has it not?
Yes.
What sort of licensure do you have in Louisiana?
Only a surgical first assistant.
Okay, so, and that you were working, was it Dr. Logan?
Yes.
He does procedures in Slidell?
Yes.
I just wasn't clear on that. I wanted to confirm that. You completed phase one of the practice agreement in March to June of 2023. And as I understand your testimony, you basically have made no progress since then. Is that correct?
Correct. Because I could not proceed to phase two with the surgery restriction as it stands with the hospital credentialing.
And so, do you agree that the board having a way to verify the adequacy of your surgical skill levels is still important?
Yes, I do. And or the letters from the proctors and some of the things that were in place is what I assumed was what the board desired for that process.
Okay. Now, I noticed that if the board leads through the affidavits that have been provided, there's several statements along the lines of, and I'm not quoting, but the general idea is that hospitals credential physicians, they make determinations as to of physicians' qualifications for specific procedures, and that's not really the business of the the medical board. Do you understand what I'm saying? Have you read through the affidavits?
Yes,
Okay.
I've read them. I'm not sure what your question is yet, though.
Well, my question is, do you know whether those physicians are aware that before this board gives anyone a license, there's an inquiry into their competence?
Yes, well, I've been through the process myself. So when I finished medical school, finished internship, and passed a board exam is when I first got licensed by a board. So that level of competency, I understand. But in my experience, specific procedural credentialing has always been done by the hospitals. Once a physician is licensed to practice medicine in a state, then the particular places where procedures are performed have done the specific credentialing, residency program or hospitals.
Yes, sir, when we're proceeding the ordinary course, but this is not an ordinary course for licensure, is it?
No,
Okay. And of course, hospitals do have a critical function. The credentialing committees for hospitals serve an incredibly valuable function, and the board depends on them doing that and reporting any issues to the board, making the board aware. I'm simply trying to make the point that there's two sides to the story. You got the credentialing issue, and you got the board's separate duty to ensure safety. We've already talked about CPAP offering an alternative. I apologize. Let me simply review my notes because most of this has already been covered. Is there a chief of surgery at Memorial?
yes,
Who's the chief of surgery?
I don't know.
Okay. There's a chief of staff there also, correct?
Yes,
Do you know whether the chief of surgery or the chief of staff might also be willing to participate as one of the people who is responsible for ensuring that that a monitoring program would be successfully completed if the board was willing to lift the restrictions?
I don't know, but I would assume they would.
Dr. Jackson, the board members will have the opportunity to ask you specific questions. I'm sure some of them will have them. My goal here was to simply point out and discuss with you the fact that there are ways other than the specific program that you outlined, 10 or 20 cases proctoring in your papers, that the board could see fit to impose. There's a gradation, right? There's a wide range of options. And as I understand it, you've agreed here that the physicians who have already offered to help you may well be willing to participate in a more extensive reentry program. Is that correct?
I can't speak for them, but I would think they would be willing to, in a reasonable manner, do that.
You believe they would. I
Yeah,
understand you can't
right.
speak for them. Attend to the witness.
All right, before I open it up to the board members, do you have any redirects that you would
I
like
do.
to?
I know that comes as a shock.
I am surprised.
Yeah, no surprises. Dr. Jackson, when we were here before this board many months ago, when they reinstated your license originally, it was in November, and this is in our papers. It's on page 3 of Exhibit 2. You were reinstated in November of 2021.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes,
And as I recall, the order of the board that reinstated your license cited lapse of time as justification for making you do all these different things, the reentry plan.
correct.
Do you remember, is that your understanding of what the trajectory of your reacclimation to the business of surgery was?
Yes, I understood that because I'd been out of practice for, there was a number, 3 years or more, that the board was concerned that I had retained my surgical skills.
Okay. So prior to being reinstated, did you do everything that the board asked of you?
Yes,
Does that include the CPEP exam or the CPEP program?
the CPEP and the specs were the two biggest things,
Right.
yes.
Well, so the CPEP program was something that you did even before you reapplied because
Correct.
you were told that's what was needed.
Right, the CPEP was a requirement. Well, what I understood was that I needed to take the CPEP and then also complete all the recommendations that the CPEP made before I would be considered for the first reinstatement hearing.
Okay. And you did that
Yes,
even before you submitted your request for, I guess, reapplication or relicensing?
yes, they had, the board had asked, what's your plan to comply with these specific parts of the CPEP recommendation? And I had submitted a plan based on those pages that I just reviewed with Mr. Barnes, the CPEP's primary recommendation to self-study and to work with a group that had good support and have proctorship of the first cases. So that was my plan at the time. And I viewed that as completed before I was even considered for the reinstatement.
Sure. Okay. I want to go over the points that Mr. Barnes talked about with you just a minute ago, but before I do, and I brought this up before, but when did you first hear about your obligation to complete the specs portion?
After I completed the CPEP and returned to the initial hearing for reinstatement, at the end of that hearing is when the when the specs test came up, whether I had passed it yet or not. That was the first I heard about the specs.
And you immediately went and did that,
Yeah,
right? And then thereafter, you agreed on a reentry program with the executive director, correct?
right.
And you agreed to do all the different phases. Do you remember there being in any of the paperwork that you signed off in terms of the reentry program, because of lapse of time, that you were going to be required to go to another program
No,
and pay another fee for another program?
no, I never had that indication or idea.
Now, the board did allow you to participate in surgeries as a first assist, correct?
Correct.
And that's kind of what you're doing now, right?
Yes,
Now, in our papers, we talked about the number of procedures that you've participated in since then. Give the board the benefit of your recollection about the number of procedures that you participated in since the beginning.
over 1,300 procedures between Dr. Logan and Dr. Raff and the surgeons that I've assisted.
So the only person, I guess, that can answer this particular question for you is you. You were a surgeon at one time before you were not, right?
Correct.
And the number of procedures that you participated on with another orthopedic surgeon since your license was reinstated. Do you feel like you have reacclimated yourself to the universe of orthopedic surgery?
I do, definitely.
Do you feel as though the issue of the lapse of time, if that's any kind of a definable disability, has been rectified?
I do.
We're going to talk about this in just a minute whenever I guess, make argument to the board. Do you feel like yet another program that the executive director is asking you to participate in is nothing more than another roadblock or even a waste of money?
I definitely feel like it would not be necessary or beneficial beyond what I've done and the people I've worked with who are willing to still help me.
Well, even if the board does remove the licensure restriction, you're still willing to undergo any supervision or proctoring at the facility that will credential you as a lead surgeon, correct?
Definitely.
And would you have done that anyway?
I would have been happy to do that.
Okay.
I would have done it if the board had given me unrestricted license in the beginning. I would have done that anyway on my own. I would have had somebody help me and helped other surgeons, assisted them until I felt like I was comfortable and able to do everything again.
Well, we would have been done by now.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Mr. Barnes indicated to you, I think that he tried to quote me, where I indicated to you, and I think you indicated to the board that you would be willing to do anything. As I remember, I think I added within reason to that kind of a concept. Anything could include, going off somewhere for a year and doing another fellowship. That would be unreasonable, would it not?
That would be unreasonable to me, yes.
And having the board supervise you from a practical standpoint for another 10 years, that would be unreasonable. Do you not
Unreasonable.
feel?
Yes, that would not be reasonable to me.
You're willing to do anything within reason.
Correct.
And that would even include having somebody at the hospital that you want to credential you to be a lead surgeon and even report back to the board.
Yes.
Mr. Barnes made reference to Dr. Raff as your friend. Now, I'm sure you have a relationship with Dr. Raff, but I mean, do you guys go on vacation together?
No,
Do you guys go out to eat together?
no,
Do y'all go fishing together?
no,
Have you got any relationship with Dr. Raff outside of the facility other than the professional one that is within the facility?
no, none.
Now, Dr. Raff has given a affidavit in this particular matter, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, okay? Not with you, but with the board. Do you believe that Dr. Raff is helping you or assisting you or willing to give you an affidavit or willing to proctor you beyond today as your friend?
No, not at all.
Well, do you not know Dr. Raff well enough to know, and you can assure this board that if he's supervising you, he's not going to lie for you?
No, he definitely would not. He's a military surgeon originally, and he's He's very experienced and familiar with credentialing and all. He would definitely just go by the book.
Well-
Objection. Now it appears the witness is speaking for Dr. Raff. Earlier, he said that he could not.
Well, whether you are able to tell the board that he would or would not do something, you don't have the relationship with him that would make him inclined to do anything that was not otherwise truthful.
No, my only relationship with him is working with him at the hospital, nothing outside the hospital. And I did not know him before I approached him to see if he would be my proctor to start the program. And he was generous enough to accept.
Well, did you have to like drag him to the table kicking and screaming to sign off on the affidavit that he gave to the board?
No, he was happy to do it. He when I first approached him, he talked to other people at the hospital who knew me, and he made his decision to proctor me based on his other relationships with people I'd had experience with. And he's also eager for me to come back to work there as a colleague. So
Who are the best people today to give evidence to your surgical skills?
the surgeons I've worked with in the operating room, John Logan and John Raff, and also Ray Long would be.
Is it your understanding that the K-STAR, I don't know that much about it, is it your understanding that the K-STAR program will have the ability to log, I think it's a 2-day procedure, isn't it? Or a 2-day process?
The testing process, from what I understood, is a 2-day process similar to what I did with the CPAP as far as the assessment goes, but the program for surgery would be a whole completely different thing, which I don't know about.
Well, so do you think that even if you were to participate in K-STAR, which I'm not suggesting is necessary, okay? Do you believe that participating in the K-STAR program would give them the ability to see you participate or perform in 1,300 or 1,400 procedures?
No, I don't think they would be able to give an opinion the same as the surgeons I've worked with for that number of procedures.
Okay. So counsel for the board brought up the educational recommendations that were submitted by CPEP to the board in terms of your, I guess, additional request or requirements, right?
Yes,
Now-
educational recommendations.
Right. Now, Mr. Barnes, indicated to the board, and he's correct, that we quoted 1, 2, 3, I think it's 3 paragraphs, and I think they're on page 10 of our pleadings.
4 paragraphs, yes, I think.
Sir, I don't know that we quoted that very, very last paragraph.
That may be true, I don't know.
Huh? It's on page 10 of Exhibit 2 is where we quoted the CPEP recommendations.
Okay,
You see that? Page 10 of Exhibit 2, which is of your petition.
Mhm.
If you want to go there, you can.
oh,
So we're comparing now the recommendations that we put in your motion versus the ones that are in the CPEP. You understand, right?
yes,
And the very first word on the recommendations, and by the way, for the board, I'm looking at the actual CPEP assessment report, which is page 46 of Exhibit 1. Very first word, very first sentence in that report says, during this assessment, Dr. Jackson demonstrated minimal educational needs. CPEP believes that Dr. Jackson should have the resources to address these limited educational needs through self-study. And by the way, have you done a bunch of CMEs since the board allowed you to to re-engage?
Yes,
And the assistance of a respected colleague. Have you had the assistance of a respected colleague
yes,
in the same area of specialty
yes,
without the benefit of a structured educational intervention? Have you done all that?
yes,
Second, since Dr. Jackson has not been in the operative procedural setting since 2014, CPEP is of the opinion that he should seek proctoring and real-time observation of all procedures relative to orthopedic surgery for a period of time as he reacclimates to surgical practice and to ensure he has retained his surgical skills. Now, this was said prior to the time that you were actually allowed to go participate in procedures.
correct.
Have you had that real-time observation of all procedures relative to orthopedic surgery?
Yes, I have in every capacity except being the lead surgeon.
For a period of time as he reacclimates to surgical practice. Have you done that
Yes,
to ensure that he has retained his surgical skills? We're going to talk about the surgical skills that others have seen in you in just a minute, but have you regained your surgical skills as a consequence of participating in 1,300 procedures?
yes, I have.
CPEP opines that the best environment for a physician returning to practice is one in which there is ample collegial support. Does Memorial Hospital and the group that you would be going to have collegial support
Yes,
from other physicians in the same specialty
yes,
to provide assistance in informal considerations, consultations if needed, while the physician readjusts to clinical practice? Has that happened?
yes,
This could be accomplished by returning to a group practice. Is that what you're willing to do?
yes,
Is that where you're willing to go?
yes.
Is that where essentially, functionally, you've kind of been?
Right, I've been there
As a
already
first
as a first assistant.
This could be accomplished by returning to a group practice, and that's what you're willing to do, have been willing to do, were told to do back in 21, I think is when this was done.
Right, that was my original plan since the beginning.
Or through establishment of a strong network of professional support prior to resuming practice. Have you had, since 2021, that's 5 years ago, have you had a strong network of professional support prior to resuming practice?
Yes,
And then the next paragraph says Dr. Jackson's patient schedule, and this is CPEP, should initially allow adequate time for him to contact a colleague to discuss cases. I mean, if you're a lead surgeon, is that something that you would be willing to do?
yes,
You're not a lead surgeon now, so that really doesn't come into play, correct?
right,
And to research clinical questions during or immediately after patient encounters. I guess encounters means clinical and surgical, right?
yep, clinic visits and surgeries, I guess, yes,
Well, I mean, would you have that kind of availability to you
yes.
at Memorial?
Well, more at Memorial probably than most places with the resources there at the hospital and the way the clinic is set up, there would be a lot of support.
Sure. Well, then Mr. Barnes spent a good bit of time on the alternatively portion. Do you think that you need additional orientation to the orthopedic surgical world?
No,
Do you think that the lapse of time issue, which was the issue that was of concern to this board years ago, do you think that that lapse of time issue has been addressed?
I think it's been addressed, yes, with
Has-
4 years of surgery experience.
Would you equate that to maybe not so much in a lead surgical context? Would you equate that to a fellowship?
The surgical experience, yes, I would.
So you've essentially been a fellow for what, 5 years?
I
Right,
object. This line of questioning is speculative.
I mean, I don't know how to respond other than to say I asked him if he thought that.
And that's his opinion, so I'll allow that.
Sure. Mr. Barnes concluded by asking you whether you agreed with him that there are many ways that the board could see fit to impose different requirements on you to make sure that they're assured that you can do surgery safely. I think that was generally the gist of it. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that there is any necessity of this board to further address lapse of time issues?
No, I don't think there is.
Do you believe that Dr. Raff and Dr. Logan, who have been with you for years, have the superior ability to let this body know, this board know, how good or how bad you are?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember reading their affidavit?
Yes.
Did you see anything in their affidavit which gave you any inkling that there was some concerns that they might have about your re-engagement as the lead surgeon in a surgical practice?
No, I didn't.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, and before I open it up to the board members for questions, does anyone need a comfort break, or we've been going about an hour and a half?
Be nice.
So let's take about a 15-minute break and then we'll resume at 10:45.
So do I get to go back there and have some of that nice coffee back here that you're gonna get?
You can have some time.
Yes, I got a cup out. I got a cup out in the car. Go get it. Yeah.
just to confirm, our board members attending by Zoom are still on, correct? Okay. And for the public who sees the cameras here, you may or may not see, we've got Dr. Gersh, Dr. Givens, and Dr. Owens are attending remotely. You may or may not see their profile listed here, but our IT people can see them. All right, so we left off. Dr. Jackson, you're still under oath. And turn your mic back on, please. Thank you. At this time, I'll open up questions for board members.
I'll kick it off. I'm Randy Roth, CMO at Singing River. Just a couple of really brief questions in the interest of time. Prior to your jail time, did you have any peer review activity, any duress from medical staff, any activity concerning your clinical practice?
No,
Prior to your time in jail, did you have any activity in the National Practitioners Database?
one small malpractice case was in there, what was settled for 16,000.
If you would practice orthopedic surgery, what would be the extent of your practice? Would your intent would be to do spine surgery? Would it limit it to total joint trauma? If you can answer that question, I'd like to hear it.
My intent is to join the trauma service at Memorial Hospital, so doing hospital consultations, emergency room call, so upper and lower extremity trauma, and some joint arthroplasties are included in that for hip fractures and such.
But it wouldn't be, because I know Logan's spine, so it wouldn't be primary spine work, things like that.
No, I felt like I had a spine fellowship, but I don't plan to become a spine surgeon when I'm out.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Dr. Dotson?
Hi, good morning, Dr.
Hi.
Jackson. I'm Renee Dotson. I'm from Greenville, Mississippi. And by background, my training is in colon and rectal surgery. So for those of us who are in the OR most of the time, we know that the care of the surgical patient does not begin nor does it end in the operating room. And in your 4 years as a surgical assistant, during that time, did you ever have any opportunities to do to see or participate in any of the perioperative care of those patients for whom you assisted in their surgeries?
With Dr. Logan, I worked with him in his office also, and so I had a lot of clinical experience in the office. My hospital experience has been mostly just first assisting, not taking care of people on the floor.
Anyone else?
Good morning. I was just, yeah, I was had a question similar to Dr. Dotson's. Have you been able to do any other medical practice besides first assisting?
Just my work in the office with Dr. Logan and his spine practice.
So let's see, back in 2021, you got a restricted license, and the restriction was surgical restriction. But I was just wondering if you'd explored other opportunities. Was he eligible, or were you eligible to perform other aspects of medical practice?
I was eligible, as I understood it, within some of the restrictions of the agreement were to remain insured, and to there were some other factors. So to start a practice and get insurance and have like a private medical office practice, I never pursued that because I really wanted to stay with the surgery. I wanted to pursue getting back as a surgeon primarily, and I felt like staying in the operating room the way that I could as an assistant was the best way to do that.
Were you able to maintain liability insurance?
I did have liability insurance as a first assistant, as a surgical first assistant the whole time.
So did you have to get additional credentialing to be a first assistant? Or were you able to do that under your restricted medical license?
No, well, I credentialed with the American Board of Surgical Assistants separately. And that's how the hospital has me credentialed right now as a surgical first assistant. So I was not able to take care of patient care like Dr. Dudson asked, the way my credentials are currently stated.
And when is the last time that you were in the OR serving as a surgical assistant?
Yesterday.
So you've been doing that all along.
Yes, I'm still doing
You
that,
said 1,300 cases.
right.
Um,
Since I first started working with Dr. Logan.
have you had any complications to report?
No,
Okay. I think that's all the questions I've got. Thank you.
Okay, our members attending by Zoom?
So I raised my hand and I'll go ahead and lower it. I'm Dr. Owens. And so a couple of questions. First, I guess I've heard that I know that you got a familiarity in the area where you are, and it's a good setup with colleagues, and it looks like it's a great place for you to have an opportunity for the mentorship that is necessary when people come out of practice and have to re-enter. This is what you are experiencing or what you're going through is not unique to you, and I think that might have been what Paul was mentioning before. As just mentioning the fact that this issue of reentry for people who are out of practice for whatever reason is an issue that boards of licensure have to deal with in a variety of subspecialties and specialties. And for proceduralists, it is unique. And just as you mentioned, the process for board certification, you said yourself, the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery requires you to do case collections because there's more to surgery than just having good hands. And in order for you to obtain board certification, you have to be able to be judged by your peers to be capable and competent. And the people who should do that should be the people in your field who do that work. I got that part. But I guess the issue that I'm trying to reconcile here is this request is about reinstating your license to give you a pathway, a specific pathway in a specific place. And what I'm not really sure about, or what I don't have an understanding of that I need clarity on, is have you pursued anything else? And this is not about, and I want to be really clear, the board is not, I'm speaking for my colleagues, but it is not our intention to change the rules in the middle of the game. What I needed, because I feel like in the conversations that took place before the break, there was at least the implication that every time you come back, there's something new or different. And what I will say is that, because I have actually had the benefit of serving on this board from the first time we saw you until now. And so what I will say is that the requirements, what was required has always been the same. However, your proximity to those requirements and your process, as you matriculated through the process, those other things unfurled. So there's no need to talk about reentry if you don't have the opportunity to enter back into practice. If you do have the ability to enter into practice, then you go through that process. So I wanted to be very clear to you, to your attorney, and also to the public that this board's responsibility is about assuring public safety and doing that through regulation. And we're not changing the rules in the middle of the game. This is required. If you're a Joint Commission accredited, they go through, and the credentialing people are required to be able to say that the people who are performing procedures have done those procedures in a certain period of time and the roles that they played in those procedures. So this is not something that we just made up. And the process of being a surgical apprenticeship is very difficult for a person who's already been one. But when you're out for a long time, procedures change, and the surgical specialty has changed drastically with new technologies, new instruments, and all those things. And if you've been in the OR, you're seeing that. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is you're asking for this request for one pathway, but have you actually pursued, you or anybody else on your team, looked at other options for you? Because there is a discussion that is coming from you that's saying other people are not going to allow me X, Y, and Z. But what I'm hearing is that you have been told no in one place. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, what other areas have you pursued where you have been turned down or they've not offered you the opportunity based on the limitations that you're in? Or is it just that this is the position you want and you need us to say yes so that you can stay in this role that you want right here? Does that make sense?
I think I understand your question. I haven't pursued other hospitals because I felt like Memorial met the desires of the board. It was my desire also, but I felt like it met the criteria that I understood the board wanted better than it would from a smaller hospital in another place, Memorial being the biggest hospital on the coast and having the collegial support and everything we've discussed. And I also, in discussions, I pursued the idea of getting a Louisiana's license, for instance. And what I was told when I talked to them was that until the issue with my restrictions in Mississippi are resolved, I probably won't be able to get anything different in any other state. So I stopped looking to pursue things like that in other states as well. And I always felt like this was going to work. Every step along the way, I thought, okay, we're there. There's just one more thing. When CMS approves me, I'll be able to go through this again. And so I kept pursuing this path, thinking it was going to happen every step along the way.
Well, I thank you for that clarification because it was a little confusing to me because it comes across as very fatalistic, and I didn't want to minimize that it can be difficult to be in a situation where you have the ability to find people who can train you and to do this when it's outside of a structured program. But the structured programs exist as like an opportunity or an option for individuals who do struggle with these things or who can't find it locally. And there are multiple pathways. And so I just wanted to be clear that I understood what your process has been and what your effort has been in this, and also what other options have been explored, because I felt like as I was hearing conversations about other programs, they were being presented to just show you that there doesn't have to just be one pathway, that there are multiple pathways. And I just wanted to be clear that you were aware of that, and that that also it was at least put out for public consumption that there are multiple pathways, and that's going to be different depending on who it is, what specialty, where it's located, and all those things. And because of that, we don't try to be overly prescriptive, but we do want people to know about the options that are available so that they don't feel like they have to set everything up on their own. So that was
Comment a little more answer on that.
absolutely.
As far as not pursuing the CPEP or further evaluation of that type, my understanding from the very beginning was that once I had completed the recommendations of the CPEP that I did and reinstated the license, that part of it was complete. I'd never had any indication that there was more that was needed from a CPEP type examination. I was under the impression that that was done.
So I guess I was thinking and I just want to clarify, when you say more from a CPEP examination, are you talking about the reentry process?
Right. What I understood was that CPEP did not recommend educational program, what we read before, and that I had satisfied the recommendations as far as the board was required before my license was reinstated the first time.
Well, I guess that the issue is that while if there may not be an educational component, I guess the issue for reentry for a proceduralist, like if you don't do anything for 5 years, whether it's play piano or ride a bike or whatever, I mean, it's going to be a little shaky. But if you're just riding a bike, that's a whole lot different than an external fixation or like doing some kind of surgery on a patient. And so I think those things are a little bit different, and time out is significant. And I'll just go back in your prior hearing, when we were discussing the return to practice. At that time, your belief, your stated belief on the record was that your time to come back to practice was well it was a much more truncated period of time that you felt you needed to get back into the OR, compared with what, is typically standard for reentry in any specialty. And so I think that those are kind of things that the board is really, we have the responsibility, irrespective of how talented or capable our licensees feel, we still have to prove it. Like, we trust, but we verify, right? So this is not an issue, and I think it's really important that you hear this. It's not an issue about trust or belief, but we're held accountable for that. And so we have to verify that. And so this whole process is about making sure that we're doing this in a way that makes sense and that is safe, and that ultimately protects the public. And that's really what we're trying to get at. So thank you so much for answering my questions. That's all I have. And so I'll yield to anyone else who might have questions.
Dr. Gibbons?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, hi, Dr. Jenkins, Dr. Gibbons. So just a quick question. I'm trying to figure out maybe not so much how we got here, but from, I guess, 2021, where, the process sort of began as far as reinstatement, and you going through the various reentry items that you need to do. Have you had a conversation with Dr. Cleveland of, and I'm just saying, just from a basic standpoint of, look, this is a complicated process, of just a simple phone call with the executive director, just to say, hey, I've completed this. What do you suggest, or how do we streamline? Because it looks like, I guess you've been doing the first assistant type work for several years now. I mean, has there ever been just a discussion with the executive director? I've been doing this. What do you suggest, or what's the next step to take to be in the position to be able to ask for us to lift all restrictions?
We have had text and or conversations through the mail several times whenever something major changed, like the CMS certifications. We were in contact often through his office people. So I tried to keep the board through Dr. Cleveland informed when there were changes or when something was coming up. And when the longer delays were happening, we were in communication about that and what the plan was to come up. So we had intermittent updates on what's happening, what are the plans, how do you think this is going to work? And I tried to keep him informed whenever something changed.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone have any further questions?
Hi, Dr. Jackson. I am Shoba Games, a public member, non-medical. Can you tell me the duties of a first assistant versus a lead surgeon?
The first assistant is licensed to do basically anything in surgery that the surgeon needs him to do, him or her. So the first assistant helps prepare the patient, position the patient, can make an incision or hold retractors, can help with the exposure of retracting muscles, or help with reducing bone fragments and placing screws or pins. Basically, every part of the procedure, the first assistant is involved with hands-on to perform the procedure. And then also the closure after the main things are completed, putting the muscles back, sewing the skin, and placing braces and bandages, and everything that happens in the operating room is where the surgical first assistant works. As compared to the lead surgeon is the one the patient meets when they come to the emergency room with a broken hip. They meet the doctor who's going to be the surgeon doing their surgery, and he's the one who would write the orders, would tell the patient what the procedure is that needs to happen, explain it to them, the risks and benefits, and then the surgeon would be the one to be in the operating room to start the procedure and to oversee or perform all the elements of the surgery that he needs to do. And then to write the postoperative orders and to take care of the patient afterwards. So the lead surgeon has much broader responsibility than the first assistant just in the emergency room.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
Are there any further questions?
Does Dr. Gersh have?
Dr. Gersh, did you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, there are no further questions. You may step down. You have any further witnesses, Mr. Whitfield?
I don't, but some of the questions have inspired other issues.
You
How
want,
do we handle some of that?
you want to redirect on the board's questioning
I'd like to ask him some questions about some of the things that were talked about.
that the board members have asked and
Yes.
raised? Yeah,
Yes.
that'll be limited to what
Sure,
they've asked.
yeah. We're not gonna, I don't wanna like go over a bunch of stuff. Dr. Jackson, you were asked a couple of questions by a couple of the members of the board. And one of the questions was about other pathways. I don't know that I completely understand, but I take it that the examination relative to other pathways, certainly deferring to the board member, was going to another hospital to do surgical procedures? Are you, have you looked into that? I guess one.
I have not looked into it other than what we discussed before. And to go to another hospital, there were no open avenues that I saw to go to a hospital that in the private sector that had surgeons that I didn't know or who at least could know about me from somebody that they knew and ask them to take on the job of proctoring me and the time that would be required to do that. So I didn't know any other options that I could really pursue logistically, and I never was told or asked about doing any other kind of CPAP program along the way.
Well, other than the fact that I indicated to you that the K-Star came up just recently, is that the first time that anybody with the board, even since we filed the petition, has indicated to you that there is another quote pathway?
That's the first time, yes.
Now, as far as going to another facility, and I'm trying to read into what I can read in terms of pathway, so why is it that you cannot be a lead surgeon right now?
With the restriction on surgery privileges, the hospital is not able to credential me as a surgeon because they're not able to be reimbursed, for one, from CMS, but also their own liability issues for credentialing somebody to do surgery when they have a restriction on surgery privileges. I don't think any hospital would be willing to do that.
Well, are the CMS issues going to change from hospital to hospital? I mean, could you go anywhere in the United States and change that particular paradigm?
I don't believe I could, no.
Well,
CMS is nationwide.
Well, hasn't Mr. Nico, one of our witnesses by an affidavit, addressed that?
Yes, he did.
Did he indicate to you as a CEO of the hospital that there would be other pathways for you to achieve lead surgeon status with the restriction on your license?
No, he didn't indicate there was any other way.
Okay, all right. So let's assume that another pathway is another program. Well, if lapse of time has been the issue all along, is lapse of time in service now? Is that an issue?
I don't believe it is, no.
Did Dr. Raff think so?
He didn't, well, I don't know that he ever addressed lapse of time in particular, but
well, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Logan think so?
I think the question was whether he's pursued other pathways, and I think that's been asked and answered.
Sure. Okay. I think it was Dr. Givens that asked a question about reaching out to the board. well, actually to the executive director. I want you to look at page 1 of Exhibit 1, which is your, which is an email from Miss Wallace from the board. You see that?
Yes.
So I guess the issue that I want to discuss with you is any effort you've made to attempt to reach out to the executive director's office for any kind of feedback relative to anything that you can do other than just recently the K-Star issue, right?
Right.
Does that particular email refresh your memory in terms of reaching out to the board?
Yes, I would usually email Kristen if I had a question for Dr. Cleveland, and she would relay our emails back and forth and answers like this one.
Well, when you read that email back, I mean, did you get any feeling one way or the other that the executive director was willing to work with you in terms of other pathways?
Well, I was hoping to talk to Dr. Cleveland, and Dr. Raff had, at that time, had offered to meet with Dr. Cleveland also to discuss how we could make arrangements to get through this phase 2 and move on. And Kristen relayed to Dr. Cleveland the request, and this email indicates that Dr. Cleveland responded that it would not matter if any conversation would not change the decision, and so it was pointless to make a visit.
So that's where we are now.
Right.
Do you remember reaching out to Dr. Cleveland about participating in a non-surgical endeavor?
No.
Well, look at page 24 of your material.
Oh, yes.
Actually, start at page 26. I think 26 is the better jumping off point.
Yes, this letter on August 24th of 2022, I had an opportunity to work with a stem cell company who wanted me to be involved in some of their research activity. And the company I was working with, since I had conditions on my license, they wanted to have a letter from the board confirming that I would be authorized to participate in their research. So I had requested that the board would just give a letter of confirmation that working in clinical research would be within the scope of my current practice as the board license was stated. That was basically the summary of my request.
Well, so was there any requirement for any kind of surgical undertaking by being a research physician?
No.
Would you be rendering any kind of patient care?
In the limited scope of the research, I guess it's possible. There would be patient interactions, but not normal patient care in the sense of.
Well, so as we sit here today, has the executive director's office been receptive to the idea of you doing something even other than surgery?
No, they did not issue the letter. I was not able to get that job because of not having a letter of confirmation from the board from Dr. Cleveland's office.
Right. So as far as picking up the phone or whatever, has that borne out any fruits for you?
No, I've not ever been able to talk to Dr. Cleveland, but staff has been responsive through Kristen.
Well, as late as the Exhibit 1 that was written back in 23, when the same paradigm that's in place then is in place now, right?
Yes.
And we really haven't been able to make any headway one way or the other as far as phase 2 is concerned, right?
Correct.
Because you got to be a lead surgeon to do phase 2, thus the need for the motion.
Right. And I've also, I've had looked into other opportunities for work, like reviewing disability cases and doing evaluations, but I was not able to get those because of having conditions on my license.
The restriction.
The restriction on my license precluded me from getting that job.
And that was a non-surgical position?
Yes,
That was simply basically doing physician review.
right, or chart review and disability evaluation reviews. So what's that one?
So you were looking to at least do something as a physician.
Right.
And were you ever able to get any kind of clearance from the board to do anything?
Well, I didn't approach the board about that job because they just said with a condition on your license, we can't hire you for our company.
That's the company that said that.
Right.
Well, and then it really hadn't been very successful to get the condition off your license, has it?
No, it hasn't.
I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there a clarification from one of the board members? Okay.
No, I was just going to offer clarification if it was needed regarding the purpose or the nature of my question. But I think it was addressed, so I don't think we need to
All right.
go any further.
Can I follow up on one of his questions? It's brand new. He just brought it up on his, whatever this recross was.
Is that regarding the comment about
It's regarding his
licensure?
request for documentation to allow him to perform non-surgical duties. That did not come up until Mr. Whitfield asked it, and I just have a very short couple of questions about it.
I think that's going to be outside of this.
It's not outside the scope of visual examination that he just completed.
I allow very limited on just what he stepped outside of the new information only.
Thank you. The order reinstating your license states only that surgical privilege are restricted until Timothy D. Jackson, MD, participates in and successfully completes a board-approved reentry program. Are there any other limitations or restrictions in that document which would require someone to tell you that you could perform non-surgical medical duties?
No, there's not.
That's all I have.
Okay. That'll end the question of Dr. Jackson at this point.
See, I've got 30 more minutes of questioning.
Our procedures don't allow that. So do you have any
Trying to get us to
additional,
lunch. No.
do you have any additional witnesses that you would like to offer?
I do have a couple of things to at least petition verbally. So I'm not done. I'd like to close with what I've got to close with.
Yeah, is that in the form of a closing argument or, yes?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask at this point, does the board have any witnesses they wish to put on?
Nothing further.
Okay, then we will entertain the closing arguments at this time. I will let you proceed.
May I proceed? Okay. So y'all have heard, obviously, our position, and I don't think that I've been too veiled in my questions. Dr. Jackson came here some time ago looking to be reinstated, and it's certainly understandable that he would need some reorientation, which I would petition to you that he has done. He's done more than enough to receive an unrestricted license so that he could perform as a lead surgeon at Memorial or any other hospital. And everybody does work at hospitals more or less. And if you can't get a restriction, permission to do procedures because you've got a restriction on your license at Memorial Hospital, you are 99% not going to get it at Forest General, UMMC, Baptist, Tupelo, you're not going to get it because CMS is CMS, and CMS is the same all over the country. And if you don't have CMS approval, you're not going to get Blue Cross Blue Shields. You're not going to get United Healthcare. You're not going to get Allstate. It's not going to happen. So Dr. Jackson is essentially kind of in no man's land right now with regard to being able to be an orthopedic surgeon. The restriction on his license, as stated in the order, and it certainly, not a very veiled suggestion. If y'all will look at page 37 of Exhibit 1, the board issued an order, and I'm reading from the bottom of page 38, which says, based on licensee's lapse of time in the practice of medicine, the board determined licensee must participate in a board-approved reentry program to the reinstatement of surgical procedures. All well and good. That was done. Now, if Dr. Jackson cannot participate as a lead surgeon at the hospital, he can't complete phase 2. It's impossible. I mean, he is literally condemned for not being able to participate as an orthopedic surgeon. He's condemned. Without this restriction being removed from his license, he cannot practice orthopedic surgery. The board took notice of the fact that it's because of the lapse of time that Dr. Jackson needs to go through this reentry program. I don't know that 1,000 cases wasn't enough. I don't know that 500 cases wasn't enough. But Dr. Jackson did 1,300 as of the time of the filing of this motion. And he mentioned to me that he's done even more since then, even as late as yesterday, participating as a first assist. I don't know how much closer you can get incrementally to orthopedic surgery than being a first assist. And we explained in our petition that many of the first assist responsibilities are kind of columns, if you smashed them all together, of what he would be doing as an orthopedic surgeon. He can't do it as an orthopedic surgeon. He can't do it as a lead surgeon. But he needs to be able to do this without a restriction. And as far as proctoring is concerned, proctoring, he doesn't have a problem with that. But I think making him go off to some other school and spend a bunch of other money to address a lapse of time issue is unnecessary. Now, we sent to all of y'all our petition, and I'd like for you to pull that out. I'm going to dust that off just momentarily. It's going to be Exhibit 2. Exhibit D is obviously the reentry agreement. Exhibit E is a lengthy affidavit from Kent Nico, the CEO of Memorial Hospital, explaining to you the dilemma that Dr. Jackson is in relative to being an orthopedic surgeon. He can't do it, and he can't, and the hospital cannot get reimbursed for his procedures as long as CMS will not let him do it with a restriction on his license. Questions have come up about the board overseeing the issue of lapse of time with Dr. Jackson. Well, okay, I got that, but every situation is going to be different. I mean, it's not like Dr. Jackson as an individual orthopedic surgeon doesn't come before you today with all of the experience that he had before, and then on top of that, the experience that he has amassed since he was basically given the right to practice medicine, but not as an orthopedic surgeon. The guy that basically oversaw his procedures has said at page 2 of Exhibit F of our motion, It's the affidavit of Dr. Raff. If you look at page 2, his paragraph 3 says, as a surgical assistant, Dr. Jackson has displayed exceptional familiarity with orthopedic surgical practice and consistently has performed capably and skillfully. It is clear to me that he possessed the ability to independently perform the majority of the procedures listed above, and that was higher up in the affidavit, in the role of primary lead surgeon. He consistently demonstrated competence by effectively executing all of the key operative steps I entrusted with him. Page 4, last line, Dr. Raff refers to Dr. Jackson as an excellent surgeon, but also a physician who cares deeply about his patients and their welfare. He goes on to page 5 talking about their history together. He goes on in paragraph 6 about his willingness to be basically his proctor for 20 cases, 10 on the shoulder, 10 on the hip. You add to it if you want to. Paragraph 7, Dr. Jackson is fully prepared to perform surgery as a lead surgeon. Paragraph 9, this is Raff. It would be a privilege to have Dr. Jackson join the orthopedic surgery department at Memorial. Paragraph 10, which is probably the more impactful paragraph of all. Now, this is somebody that practices day in and day out, and I'm aware and know of Dr. Raff, and he is about my age. I'll let you guess about that. But at paragraph 10, he says, in my 34 years, so he's younger than me, in my 34 years of medical leadership and credentialing oversight, it has been consistently clear that the statutory role of the state medical board is to determine the eligibility and to regulate general licensure to practice medicine. Now, this is Dr. Raff, not to determine hospital privileges. And that's why it has come up that as far as qualifications are concerned, y'all have a role. And I think you have a role when it comes to minimally making sure that the patients are protected. But as far as being the best surgeon in the county, I mean, who's going to make that call anyway? Who gets to make that call? I want you to read also Dr. Logan, his affidavit. And I know I'm running out of time. Paragraph 4, which is Exhibit G, which is the affidavit of Dr. Logan. Dr. Logan says, I am aware that phase 2 of the agreement requires that Dr. Jackson complete 90 days of surgical practice with a proctor, but he must be characterized as a lead surgeon under the agreement in order to get through phase 2. Now that's Dr. Logan, and he's the one that's in Louisiana. Now I wanted y'all to understand, he understands that. He understood that because he's got a copy of the order. Paragraph 7, I've worked now with Dr. Jackson for 3+ years, which he has. He has assisted me as a surgical first assistant on complicated spine procedures. On farther down in that paragraph, still paragraph 7, while I do not have general orthopedic practice, in my judgment, a spine practice is comparable in many respects to what a surgical general orthopedist does. Paragraph 8, if the board is concerned about mitigating any diminishment in his skills as a consequence of his absence from the practice of medicine, I can confirm that this is a non-issue. This is a doctor that has worked with Dr. Jackson going on 4 years. I can confirm that this is a non-issue. Dr. Jackson has shown skill and judgment that generally exceeds many that are beginning their careers in surgery coming out of fellowships. I would advocate that Dr. Jackson is ready to practice surgical orthopedics now as a lead surgeon, even without further proctoring. He has the appropriate skill and judgment that I would expect from someone that has practiced for decades. And it goes on, and I could read more and more and more and more of that. My point is this. We are here now the 3rd time. First time we got here, Dr. Jackson did the CPEP, and he was told when he got here he had to do the specs. Well, we left. Went and did the specs. Came back, I think it was in November of 21, I believe. came back then and got the order to allow him to practice medicine. He was reinstated. However, there was a surgical restriction. That was the thing that was the issue with the board because of lapse of time. He's done multiple cases and has basically dealt with this body on multiple times about removing that restriction because he cannot be a lead surgeon with that restriction on his license. Without that removal, he cannot be a lead surgeon. This is the third time we've been here, and I'm speaking for me. My perception is, and I don't know what the perception of the public is, but when a physician has done as much as Dr. Jackson has done to reacclimate himself to the practice of orthopedic surgery, when he's done as much as he's done, to me, my perception is that is a significant overreach on the part of the board. I understand you've got the responsibility to make sure that Dr. Jackson is competent and he's capable. But I don't know that it's your responsibility to make sure he's the best surgeon in the county. There's a whole lot of people that have got surgical privileges at Memorial Hospital. I wouldn't say that any one of them were the best surgical provider in the county. He is competent. He has exhibited the skill that he needs right now to be a lead surgeon and to have this particular restriction taken off of his license. And to do more and more and more and more. It gives me the impression, and maybe I'm more frustrated than I need to be, because I've been living with this with him now for 5 years. And my perception is that when is enough enough? When is this going to end? What does he have to do to convince the board, to convince this board that he's got the ability to come back to the practice of orthopedic surgery because of lapse of time? What does he have to do? Go to the specs? Done. Go to CPEP? Done. K-Star? That was on the same list that we were given years ago. This board selected CPEP, not K-Star. K-Star is basically a duplication of CPEP as far as I am understood. And I see the director over there saying no. Well, okay. Well, that means that Dr. Jackson is going to have to spend another, since you know about the program, doctor, is it $10,000 or is it $15,000? After basically being in purgatory now for 5 years and barely able to feed his family. This is the last thing I'm going to say. This process simply has got to come to an end. And he is entitled, in my judgment, in my belief, and I'm not being, ugly with y'all, but he's done everything that I think is appropriate and reasonable for him to do to have this restriction taken from his license so that he can practice. If you want to require the hospital to do OPPEs, that's fine. That's fine. But he has got to practice in a setting where he can not only be a lead surgery, but make a living. So I think it's time for this process to start to come to a conclusion. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Ms. Barnes?
No lapse of time. How long has it been since this physician has performed a procedure as a lead surgeon? Over a decade. There's a difference in the roles of a lead surgeon and a first surgical assistant. So there has been a lapse of time. The reentry program and the structured programs offered by other entities, again, they're structured. You move from tier 3 to tier 2 to tier 1. It was supposed to be a progression. It was supposed to last 1 year. Now they say, well, financially it's impossible. Well, we've offered 2 alternatives that are available. Again, CPEP, K-Star, They do various things. They do evaluations. K-Star specifically also specializes in reentry programs. The Dr. Jackson has never believed that he needed anything more to prepare him to return to full unrestricted practice. Years ago, he did not think that he needed, retraining. He did not need proctoring. Board believed he did. Okay. He has not completed the reentry program. I understand they say there are reasons why, but he has not completed that. Another requirement was that he obtain the permission of the executive director before returning to this board. He did not obtain that. Dr. Jackson was asked a lot of questions about what he thought about his skills, what he thought about what he needed. Everyone wants a surgeon who has confidence in his own abilities. But every surgeon worth his salt is going to vouch for himself. The issue is, what other physicians are willing to vouch for Dr. Jackson? He says there are some. Well, if the board decides that it should take action, the board should put those physicians on the spot and allow them to take responsibility, as he has said they would. But he needs to complete a reentry program. We've offered a couple of alternatives. If the board were to determine that there could be some sort of a modified program, the hospital, it shouldn't be for 10 or 20 procedures. It should be the equivalent of the time frame and the number of procedures that the reentry program offered by the executive director would have covered. It's not what I think Dr. Jackson needs. It's not what his attorney or Dr. Jackson thinks he needs. It's what do you board members believe he needs? That, of course, is your discretion. It's within your authority. And that is what is determinative. We can certainly understand Dr. Jackson's frustration. And I think the board members should understand some of our frustration. Again, stopped trying to get privileges 2 years ago, has not explored alternatives. It very well may be that there aren't any alternatives, that there's no difference, that CMS, there are facilities that where, CMS doesn't pay. I realize that those are limited. It may be that as a practical matter, that is a financial impediment. But we don't know for sure because Dr. Jackson hasn't explored any of those other alternatives. He hasn't explored the alternative of a CPAP educational program. He apparently didn't read the disclaimer in the original CPAP assessment that says we're saying nothing about procedural skills. Okay. He didn't talk to K-Star. I believe I asked him, but apparently he did do at least some research because he had some knowledge of K-Star. This is a matter particularly within, the board's specialization. Your executive director is a general surgeon. He crafted this reentry program. If there needs to be some adjustments, that's well within the authority of this board. But simply to say, let's lift all the restrictions and that's it, in our opinion, that would be unnecessarily relaxed, and it would not fulfill this board's duty to protect the public. Thank you.
All right, this will conclude the hearing and the petition request by Dr. Jackson to remove the restrictions on his license. I'll turn the matter back over to the board president.
Thank you, Ms. Ratliff. Do we have a motion? Dr. Cleveland, do you have a suggestion?
Well, lunch is prepared. And I would recommend that the board
have lunch. We can offer lunch to opposing counsel and the licensee. There's a room set up for them, and that we do the whole executive session thing after lunch.
So,
To recess for lunch and then to reconvene to consider going into executive session.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what my recommendation would be.
You're-
okay, well, let's, how long do we need for lunch?
45 minutes.
Okay, well, let's recess until 12:30.
All right, before the board members get up to recess for lunch, what I would suggest is that if the licensee would like to get their plate first, and then they can go back and get the food, and then adjourn to another area. I will tell the board members, though, the matter is still pending. They are not to discuss this case or are there any deliberations during lunchtime until such time as we go into an executive session.
So we'll reconvene at 12:30. It's now 12:30, and this meeting of the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure uh, will resume. We're back in session. We still have Dr. Gersh and Dr. Owens on the stream. Dr. Owens, Dr. Gersh.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Having concluded the hearing in the matter of Dr. Timothy Jackson's request to remove restrictions on his license, we will entertain a motion on this matter at this time.
I'll make a motion that we break into executive session to deliberate on Dr. Jackson's request to reinstate his medical record.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to close the meeting to consider whether to go into executive session. We have a motion and a second. We have all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The meeting is now closed. And we will meet in the adjoining conference room. back in open session. And I will ask the board secretary, Dr. Givens, to report on the board's action.
Yes, the board has met in executive session. The motion to remove restrictions on the license of Dr. Timothy Jackson is denied. We ask that you discuss with Dr. Cleveland other options for reentry.
Thank you, Dr. Givens. And thank you, Dr. Jackson.
Order will be prepared and will be mailed to you. And that will conclude this matter. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a hearing in the case of Dr. Clifton Story. And I will turn this proceeding over to our hearing officer, Ms. Ratliff.
Good afternoon. Dr. Story is present and represented by counsel. We are here today in the matter of the petition for reinstatement, licensure, and request for relief by Dr. Story. It is your petition. You will have the burden and you will proceed first. You can make any opening statement if you wish. The board counsel may make opening statements, and then I'll let you put on your testimony and your witnesses. You are subject to cross-examination by the board counsel and by the board panel. Okay? All right. You may proceed. We can swear him in now, or we can swear him in when he gets ready to testify. Okay, we'll just go with the opening statement first.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Matthew Thompson with Thompson Law Firm. I'm here on behalf and with Dr. Cliff Story in furtherance of his petition for reinstatement of his licensure. I'm going to do a very brief opening statement. I know y'all have heard from attorneys more than maybe we care to today. Dr. Story is here to answer any questions or concerns that the board has. He was suspended over a year and 2 months ago, for an inappropriate relationship with a patient that became sexual in nature. Since the allegations were brought to his attention and concerns, he voluntarily met with this board or with the investigators and Dr. Cleveland for an interview. He participated in another hearing before the full board and testified truthfully. He was suspended. During that time, he's done all of the things that was requested of him. He's attended intensive treatment at Acumen in Kansas, supervised by Dr. Peter Graham. He has continued to work on that Acumen program. In his petition that the board has, it has the Acumen final report as the first exhibit to that. He and Dr. Graham have devised a return to work program that's in the board packet. It's labeled return to work from Acumen. Dr. Story also did CMEs during his suspension. There's 11 letters that have been submitted, 3 or 4 from physicians, the others from citizens, 1 from a former coworker, in furtherance support of Dr. Story's return. And that's all I have for opening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes?
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Story was suspended a little over a year ago. Just recently completed the Acumen process. I would ask the board to take note as they examine the materials after they've heard the testimony that
Acumen, as usual, has included a lengthy list of return to work requirements. So even if the board decides that Dr. Story is ready to return to work and has fitness for duty within those bounds, I would also ask the board to consider that nowhere in the Acumen evaluation that I can see, that I've seen, I may have overlooked it, is the harm that was done to this particular patient. This patient was extremely distraught. This patient had emotional difficulties, as the board heard at the hearing last year. Dr. Story was her physician. Dr. Story, when questioned, showed that he didn't have a very good understanding of the inherent power imbalance between a physician and a patient. And so those are the questions that I am interested in as an attorney, to see how the Acumen process, treatment, and work with Dr. Graham and others has helped Dr. Story to where he believes he's fit to return to work.
Thank you. And preliminarily, the exhibits that's going to be introduced, is that the petition with the documents attached?
That's correct.
Are there any other exhibits?
No additional exhibits on behalf of Dr. Story.
I don't plan to offer any exhibits, but
Reserve.
I reserve the right to use rebuttal materials if necessary.
Okay. And for the board's information, I believe the petition for reinstatement with the documents that are attached are found at tab 20 of their board booklet. All right, you may proceed.
I call Dr. Clifton Story.
Okay, Dr. Story, you will be sworn in and testify under oath, if you would. Allow the court reporter to swear you in.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
And before we start questioning, making sure the board members have access to the exhibits, correct? Okay, thank you.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
All right, please state your name.
Clifton Story.
All right, and Dr. Story, where do you live?
I live 500 Avalon Way here in locally, Brandon.
All right. You were suspended by this board in November of 2024.
Yes.
All
Can you
right,
move your mic up just a little bit closer? Thank you.
Sure. Yes.
why? Why were you suspended?
I had an intimate romantic relationship with a patient that became sexual in nature.
All right. How long have you been suspended?
A year and 2 months, 420 days.
Right. And when you were first contacted by the board, you voluntarily submitted to an interview
Yes.
with Dr. Cleveland and the investigators.
Yes.
Correct. And you appeared for the hearing and participated in that when you were suspended. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. As a part of that suspension, you were ordered to participate in a rehabilitative treatment program that was focused on medical ethics, professionalism, professional boundary training, psychotherapy of personality traits that left vulnerability to professional sexual misconduct with the patient. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Right. The treatment was to be undertaken in a program approved by the board. Was it an approved program?
Yes.
And did it specifically focus on healthcare professionals who engaged in professional sexual misconduct?
Yes.
Right. Treatment was to include training on professional ethics, professional boundary training, professional role definition, emotional self-regulation, identification, and risk management around traits that contributed to your decision to engage in unprofessional conduct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Did the treatment program address those concerns?
Yes.
The treatment was to be undertaken in an intensive program, immersion in group treatment with intensive individual psychotherapy around personality-based vulnerabilities that contributed to your poor judgment and misconduct, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you do that?
yes.
Where did you attend treatment?
The Acumen Institute in Lawrence, Kansas.
All right, and who was the director of that program?
Dr. Peter Graham.
Right, and did Acumen and Dr. Graham prepare a report incident to your completion of treatment?
Yes,
Right, and was that report attached to your reinstatement petition?
yes,
And is the report that was attached to your reinstatement petition a true and accurate copy to the best of your knowledge?
yes.
At this time, I'm going to ask that the board take judicial notice of the Acumen report labeled final that is attached to Dr. Story's reinstatement petition.
And for the record, I'll mark the entire petition as Exhibit 1 for the petitioner, and we'll note final is within that exhibit.
Thank you. Tell the board about your treatment at Acumen.
So went to Acumen in December of 2024, started 3-week intensive outpatient group therapy with a group of 7 men. We addressed all the issues and began addressing those that were outlined in the report. Went back for a follow-up for a week in April, again, intensive outpatient group therapy. Went again for another week in July, and then went for the final close-up for it's a year-long program. So I closed that out the end of September, beginning of October.
All right, as a part of that program, did it require you to do things when you were not in attendance at Acumen in Kansas?
It suggested to do reading, further study.
Right, and did you do those?
Yes.
things? Right, did you attend all sessions that were required of you by Acumen?
Yes.
All right. What were the goals and what did that treatment consist of?
So the goals were to understand what led to this happening, to understand my vulnerabilities, the risk factors, to understand and to teach about things like the doctor-patient relationship and the professional boundaries and the impact it has on patients, also the responsibility we have towards regulatory agencies as well.
Right. As part of that, was it to develop a return to work program?
Yes, we had a return to work program that Dr. Graham and I worked pretty extensively on, which is included in the materials.
All right. What were the recommendations of Acumen as you worked through this program?
The recommendation still continues psychotherapy, which I've been doing. Again, the plan that we've come up with to continue personal growth, to develop support networks, accountability networks, and just continued personal growth and this intentional professional and personal stance to just make sure that one, I develop that foundation, but also to ensure that in the future that everything I do is safe, compassionate, professional, and appropriate.
All right. Do you have a local counselor?
Yes.
All right. Who is that?
It's Dr. Preston Crow.
And how long have you been seeing Dr. Crow?
Over a year.
And is Dr. Crow one of the persons that had written a letter on your behalf?
Yes.
And that's included in the packet with
Yes.
the board. And do you intend to continue to see counseling and see Dr. Crow?
Yes.
As a part of Acumen, was a return to work plan developed?
Yes.
Right. And what does the return to work plan include?
Return to work plan includes a monitor on site that's someone I can communicate with and talk with frequently about what's going on and how things are going on to continue to monitor my progress. It includes, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
Sure. You can abide by the
Yeah,
ethics for medical practice.
the ethics, the boundaries that I agree to abide by includes continued support and accountability networks, and again, ongoing therapy.
You've included a complete copy of the Acumen return to work plan in the submission for the board. Is that correct?
Yes.
The recommendation was that licensee, that's you, continue with 1 year at least of follow-up to ensure full and successful implementation of the above-mentioned plan if the board prescribes that. Is that something that you're willing to do?
Yes.
All right, and do you intend to abide by any of the recommendations of this board?
Yes, all of them, any and all of them.
All right, Dr. Story, as part of treatment at Acumen, did you and Dr. Graham or any of the personnel there discuss the impact that your conduct had on the victim?
Yes.
All right, would you describe those discussions?
And first, let me say how remorseful I am for that and my harm to her. And I just would apologize to her and to the board and take full responsibility for that. The harm includes, again, in the doctor-patient relationship, it's built on trust. And we ask the patients to be vulnerable with us, and we ask them to share their details with us. And that really brings us into a level of power imbalance that I just had no clue of. And to violate that trust, to take the personal issues that she had and the thoughts she had and the history that she had, and to ultimately disregard or not understand the power imbalance that led to this relationship, I think really led to more anxiety probably for her, more depression, more just loss of trust in myself and trust in the medical profession and trust in the people that should be fulfilling the fiduciary role of always looking out for the best interest of the patient. I failed that, and I'm just deeply sorry to her more than anyone, but sorry to many others.
As part of therapy and treatment with Acumen, did you and Dr. Graham and the other professionals talk about how to implement risk mitigation and risk management measures?
Yes.
Right. So what types of things did y'all talk about so that this board can be assured this will not happen again?
Yeah, I think there's lots. One of begins with, well, it doesn't begin with. One of the things is the vulnerabilities, understanding who you are and your own vulnerabilities and where you are at any one particular time. It's really important to understand and appreciate the doctor-patient relationship role. It's one built on trust. It's a contract, should have a clear beginning, a clear ending. We have the fiduciary role that I mentioned earlier that always look out for the best interests of the patient, which I failed to do. There's a lack of reciprocity in that doctor-patient relationship, and you shouldn't expect that there's that reciprocal nature. To implement it, again, having the deep support, accountability, having another mentor on staff that's close by, but being committed daily, not only to follow that, but aware of your own vulnerabilities. Learned a lot about something called System 1 and System 2 thinking. Some may view that System 1 sort of being the reactive, emotional, quick, knee-jerk kind of thinking that we live by probably 95% of the time. And then the second is more the executive cortical function that we use, that we really think about what we're thinking. So I've learned to use that, and that's part of the implementation of the plan, is because you need to be aware of and thinking about what you're doing. And again, the different parts of the plan, the support, the accountability, the ongoing treatment with Dr. Graham and Dr. Crow, and just the personal commitment to it, not just because I, quote, have to, but because it's best for the patient. It's best for my other patients. It's best for me. It's what I've always done. Is I've always been a doctor. I've always done well. I made an egregious mistake here, and I recognize that, but we implement that through all the ways I just discussed.
What was your primary area of medicine practice?
Family practice.
And what is your intention if you are reinstated to
I would return to family practice, not hospital work, possibly urgent care, which family practice physicians will also do.
All right. You talked about risk mitigation and risk management measures, is it your intention to implement those on a daily basis?
Absolutely.
Right, and are you willing to do whatever else this board deems appropriate as it relates to risk management and risk mitigation?
Yes, I am.
You caused the fees of the investigation to be paid, correct?
Yes.
And you paid the fee for filing the reinstatement petition, correct?
Yes.
There's a requirement that there be at least 2 verified recommendations from other physicians that are familiar with the circumstances surrounding your suspension and knowing you as a practitioner. Did you do that?
Yes.
And additionally, you filed or submitted several other recommendations, former patients, former coworkers. Is that correct?
Yes.
What else have you done in addition to whatever the recommendations of the board were and the recommendations of Acumen?
Well, I've done a lot of CME and that's listed, but I want the board to know that when this determination came down in December, not only did I commit to myself that I would do whatever the board asked, but this is not only a matter of being a doctor, it's a matter of being a father, a friend, doctor to other people. And it's a matter of me going forward and living the rest of my life, however that looks. And I took the opportunity and made the commitment that I was going to take the deepest dive I could to understand myself, understand how I got to where I am, what I've done, the impact. So I've read a bunch of books. I think they might be listed in the packet. I've done just a lot of soul search. I've understood a lot more, not just the vulnerabilities, but the core wounds that have developed in me, the automatic thoughts and behaviors and attitudes that developed from a young age. We don't realize those happen, but it happened with me, happens with all of us. And as we go through life, we continue to act within those responses, those automatic thoughts and behaviors. And I see how those surfaced not only in this, but just throughout my life. So I've done a lot of work to look at myself personally, understand who it is that I am, who it is that I need to be, who it is that I want to be moving forward. And I made a commitment to that, not because you asked me to, because you didn't ask me to, but because I need to do that for me and for my patients and my family and anyone else involved. And that's what I did.
All right, Dr. Story, through this process, what have you learned?
I mentioned the doctor-patient relationship, and I'll reiterate that it is a contractual arrangement from the beginning. It should be clear from the beginning to the end. It should be focused on the doctor-patient relationship. It's built on trust, and we ask people to trust us. And I have that responsibility, that fiduciary role I mentioned, again, that lack of reciprocity. I've learned also about the importance of operating within a clearly defined physician role. We have a lot of roles that we play, doctor, friend, lawyer, whatever that role is, and we often blur those. And I've realized how important it is to maintain a pretty strict definition of what it is to be a physician and not veer outside of those. Learned a lot about boundaries and the importance of maintaining those boundaries and how easily it is. Probably every one of us has had a little bit of a boundary crossing that you don't even know of. So learning from the very top of a boundary slide where those are and how to recognize those. There's a psychiatrist, you may have heard of, Carl Jung, that said, until you make the unconscious conscious, you'll continue to be directed by it and you'll call it fate. And that's exactly what I've done, is take that unconscious, make it conscious so that I'm aware of it. So I've learned about that. I've learned also in that doctor-patient relationship of something called the attitude in which we present ourselves. So when I come to an interaction, and when the patient comes to an interaction, we come into that interaction with a particular attitude based on who knows what, our past. It could be future worries. It could be the argument we got into. It could be the golf plans for later. And we don't know what's going on in the other side of the person. So understanding, again, that there are a lot of factors that influence the motivations and intentions of both the doctor and the patient as they interact. So thinking about thinking is what's been on my mind a lot, called mentalization. I've learned about my own vulnerabilities. I mentioned that, the core wounds and some of those things. I've learned about self-regulation and coping skills, and I've realized how important it is for me, for all of us, but for me to understand exactly how my system 1 and system 2 thinking occurs, and how instead to be driven by that lower limbic system, system 1, into the system 2 prefrontal cortex kind of thinking and attitude. And I've really made some attempts to not only do that, but really to understand what that is and what that means and how that works. There are other things that I've learned about attachment theory. I've learned a lot of other fun, interesting things in the books that have been helpful for me to develop this intentional stance of who I really want to be.
All right. Why should this board reinstate you?
Again, I want to express how remorseful I am and how sorry I am to the patient for what happened, and to many other people really that are involved, the patients that I let down, and my family and friends. I have a concrete plan in place. I understand the doctor-patient relationship. I understand the imbalance part that of the equation and the boundary issues. I have a deep support network, an accountability network. I continue to plan to follow up with Dr. Graham. We've already agreed to do that at the Acumen Institute, and Dr. Crow as well. And I am committed not only for the board, but for myself, because this, again, is our life we live, and it's the people around us, our family. So moving forward, I am committed for myself to live from a place of integrity and honesty and compassionate care. I feel like now that I'm in a place that I've never been before to provide compassionate, safe, professional care to my patients.
Right. What is it that you're asking of the board?
I'm asking you to reinstate my license from an unrestricted state so that I could have my board certification reinstated and I can find a job, begin to work. And it's my assurance that I will follow the plan, and it's my assurance not, again, just for you, but for myself and my family and others and all those people that have expressed support to me that you don't know about over the last year, that I'm going to be committed to that. And it's who I am and who I want to be and how I want to live.
I tender.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes?
Dr. Story, do you still believe that the sexual relationship you had with this patient was consensual?
No, there's that lack of reciprocity in the relationship.
Well, what do you
She's
mean
a
by that?
vulnerable, pardon?
Please explain.
I mean that she doesn't have the ability to reciprocate feelings or reciprocate a relationship. She's in a vulnerable position. She is in a place of, with this power imbalance, which I didn't realize again at the time, but I do now. And the age difference magnifies it. And then the prolonged treatment and her previous issues to mental health even exacerbate that power imbalance. I didn't appreciate it then. I do now. I don't believe she would ever have been, there's never any time that it would have been appropriate, but even 5 to 10 years later, because of the power imbalance that existed and because of all those other factors I just mentioned, she just wouldn't be able to consent like two normal adults outside of a normal situation.
Because she had shared deeply intimate secret
She did.
thoughts and history with you. She had
Yes.
shared that with you
Yes.
in your role as a physician, and you knew all those things when you engaged in that relationship.
Yes.
So remind me what you're planning to do with your practice if your suspension is lifted.
Well, I don't have a practice. When I was suspended, I lost my job.
Mhm.
I can't apply for jobs. I can't talk with anybody because there's a license to do that. And I don't have my board certification to prove that I can do family practice. So my job has been working as a DoorDash driver and working at the Pete Brown Golf Course, which is the golf course by the zoo, which I'll add has been quite valuable. I know you didn't ask this, but I'm going to maybe ad lib. That's something I've done. And those two things, DoorDash and working at the golf course, have been very meaningful for me. It's been humbling. I've done some very manual labor at both, but I met some really great people, and I can tell you about Freddie and Tony and Dick and Ison, and I can go on, but I would say those relationships are very meaningful. And just the day before yesterday, I was sitting on the bench and I was talking with Freddie. elderly African American, and he knows what happened. I told him, and he just said, you're a good man. You sit here and talk with me. Good luck. So I've had a lot of meaningful relationship. It's been humbling, but I'm appreciative for everything in the last year. It's transformative, and I don't say that because I'm trying to impress the board, but it's also my, I think, obligation to let you know where I am and what has happened, and that's what I want to do.
Okay, I didn't ask the question very well. If the board were to lift your suspension, what would you want to do? What would your aims and goals be as a physician?
I would like to restart working in a family practice clinic. I've done some urgent care work, so again, I might do those. I've always wanted to be a doctor my whole life. I've always provided what I think is pretty good care. There's never been any complaints about my care that I know of. There's never been any malpractice things. And I'm committed and want to return to that practice and take care of patients the way I always have, with the exception of this case.
Even though it's not covered in the final acumen report or the documentation you submitted, have you discussed the harm to the patient that occurred perhaps with your own therapist, or in another way, have you explored how harmful this was for her?
Yeah, we talked. I mean, of course, he doesn't know harm because he hasn't been able. So, and I don't either. I haven't spoken with her since SAR, which was probably in early 2023. So while I know there's harm that's done, I don't, I haven't spoken with her and hadn't heard. I know that she had gone to counseling from the previous report you put in. And I know that there's a mention of PTSD and some of her anxiety, and I understand how difficult that would be for her.
So did you ever read the report from her therapist?
I did last year. I haven't read it in preparation for today.
All right, let's talk about the acumen return to work. Well, let's start by turning to the acumen. It's the longitudinal treatment final follow-up and phase 3 discharge summary.
Okay.
So and I'm looking at page,
excuse me, can I get mine? Because I don't know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is that the return to work or?
No, the discharge summary. Yeah, the final follow-up and discharge summary. And I would like you to turn to page 7. Under the heading follow-up plan recommendations, do you see that?
Yes.
So you're familiar with this, correct? This
Yes.
document? All right. So psychotherapy, there's a recommendation for continued outpatient psychotherapy with Dr. Preston Crow. Dr. Crow should be willing to provide reports to the board regarding Dr. Story's compliance with and active engagement. So do you agree with Dr. Crow providing periodic reports to the board concerning your progress?
Yes.
Okay, a workplace monitor. There's a recommendation that you appoint a workplace monitor who you should meet with at least every other week to review the implementation of your return to work plan. Again, this person should be willing to provide reports to the board regarding Dr. Story's ongoing professionalism in the work environment. And you agree to a workplace monitor provide those periodic reports?
Yes.
Do you realize they're going to report to the board whether you like what they say or not?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Chaperones. And this is something I had a little bit of question. Dr. Story should practice in a manner consistent with the guidance of the AFP. I'm assuming that's something family practitioners. Family practitioners, excuse me. Regarding the use of chaperones when providing intimate exams to female patients. This is considered the standard of care for all providers and is not intended as a restriction or the use of referrals to female colleagues for such intimate exams. You agree to that?
Yes.
Okay, this relationship with this patient, did it start during a sensitive or intimate exam?
No.
Have you considered whether or not it might be beneficial to you and your patients, whether you had chaperones in all examinations of female patients, regardless of whether they're a sensitive nature or not?
Have I considered that?
Yes, sir.
I've considered it.
Well, what do you think about that?
If the board recommends that, I will. It's never been an issue before. As far as intimate exams, I've always had chaperones with regular care of patients. Sometimes my nurse is in there, sometimes not. Depends on what it is.
Well, do you think if you had had a chaperone in your visits with this victim patient, that perhaps the misconduct wouldn't have happened? You wouldn't have developed this relationship if there had been that sort of a barrier?
Well, I think if you always have someone in there, yeah, could have been.
And I know you returned to work plan. That's the next item here. Monitoring recommendations in coordination with PHP. We recommend that Dr. Story enter into a monitoring agreement with the board or other approved agency for a period deemed appropriate by the board in service of advocacy, accountability, and support as he moves forward with his career. Have you engaged or in a relationship with the Mississippi PHP?
I called them and they said they don't have anything for me. They can't help me.
Okay, well, let's go on to the next item and then maybe we can come back.
They said it was just for drug and alcohol. They have nothing for sexual misconduct. Okay, at that time, I'm sorry. And
Good Ackman first, Ackman recommended it, and the board recommended that, then we'll put them.
okay.
Did everybody hear that?
On the record.
I wasn't able to hear.
That's technically not on the record because we've got somebody from the audience testify.
I will call her as a witness, or at least we can put it on the record under, and I know she's thrilled.
So the last thing on the record was Dr. Story said at the time when he checked with MPHP that they told him they did not have anything available. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
I can't remember all the conversation, but that's been my understanding.
We'll revisit that
Okay.
with another witness, Doctor.
Okay.
Okay, on page 8, Dr. Story should undergo annual maintenance polygraph interviews during the period of his monitoring to ensure ongoing maintenance of professional boundaries with patients, using the following questions with possible modifications as necessary. Since your last polygraph, have you had sexual contact with a current or former patient? Since your last polygraph, have you tried to meet up with a current or former patient for sexual contact? Since your last polygraph, have you had sexual contact with a current or former interested third party? And you understand and agree to that requirement?
Yes.
You understand that those polygraphs will be at your expense?
Yes.
And of course, the last paragraph simply, the gist of it is, if you ever decide you can't, practice ethically, you should quit.
Right.
How long did it take you to develop the your boundary plan, the return to work plan? Did you draft it, or did Dr. Graham work with you to draft it? How did that
Dr.
happen?
Graham worked with me. We began actually in December, the first meeting. He has a template. The original order was to present a backdoor return plan after 3 weeks, realizing that the suspensions for a year, we sort of held off on it then. I mean, we began working on it again. We began working on it again in April and July, and we finalized it in his office September 29th, October 1st, that last 3 days. So there's a template outline of some of the things. Several of the things were a lot that I've written with my own personal thoughts, and you can probably tell from the reading, and there are things that he helped and suggested, and we did it together.
Well, you've obviously undergone a lot of education and self-reflection over this year. Because it seems to me, as I, questioned you on the stand last year, that you had some different attitudes at that time. But it is a lot. I mean, it's a lot of changes that have gone on. Do you think you might benefit if the board lifts your suspension? Still, again, you've agreed to the periodic reporting. Do you think it might benefit you to appear before the board again, just to, confirm that you are still on the right path?
I'll do whatever the board requests or requires. I believe that I'm able and capable to provide safe, compassionate, professional care in a way I'd never been before. I've had the extensive education. I've got the plan. I've got the support network. I've got a group of Dr. Graham, who I'll check in with, and Dr. Crow, and I'm just subject to what the board would like to do if you give me the privilege of practicing again.
I tend to the witness.
Any redirect, Mr. Thompson?
Yeah, I want to clear up the PHP question as best we can. And I understand that Mr. Barnes may be calling somebody with respect to that. Dr. Story, as we sit here today and set aside the exchange that wasn't on the record, as we sit here today, are you aware that the PHP has something that would comply based on the reason of your suspension?
I have not until a few minutes ago.
All right, that's all I have.
Thank you. I'll open up questions for the board members.
And that story, Randy Rolfe from Pascagoula. Just a couple of quick questions. You've had no contact with the victim, text, communication, email, nothing since our first visit a year ago?
Correct.
I know if my memory's right, you struggled through COVID. I think you may have lost your mom or your dad.
Good.
Where are you personally with your family now, if I can ask that question?
Yeah, I'm in a good place. I have 3 children. I'm divorced. I don't know how much I want to say publicly for the record, but I will say I have one that checks on me every day and we talk regularly, and one sporadically, and one that's trying to heal from everything.
Your board certification you brought up, did it lapse during this 12 months? Or?
Well, it wasn't, no, it did not lapse. It was, since you don't have a license, it's, you lose it, or it's suspended basically. So after the result of this, I have to notify them, and then it goes to the professionalism committee, and then I think they decide based on what happens here. But I cannot have a board certification without an unrestricted license. If it's restricted, can't practice.
Oh, okay.
Anyone else?
Dr. Story, have you ever had a polygraph testing before?
I did at Acumen Institute.
And what was the results of that?
I passed it. I don't know how they give you the results, but I passed and the questions, I can't remember. They were similar to the ones that were here.
They asked you about other infractions.
A year ago. I mean, we talked about all of that with them. I can't tell you for certain what they answered. They asked about the sexual history. Have you ever had any sex with any other patients or any other people? Have you ever sought those relationships with anybody else, patient-wise?
Yeah, the records that we have indicate that this was the only incident of inappropriate physician-patient contact?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other board members have any questions, including those on Zoom?
Dr. Stories, I'm Dr. Owens. And I guess my question to you is just if you had to sum up, I guess, the past year for you, how would you summarize it? Because I guess as I've heard you talk and I got a chance to hear you when you came before us at your hearing, like how are you?
I'm good. I'm not sure your question. I'm very good.
No, I mean, it's not a loaded question. It's not, it's genuinely like, because I think sometimes we overlook the simple things, but I just wanted to know how you are now, and how you feel about where you are at this point, because we do sometimes have the opportunity as board members to see licensees at varying phases of what can sometimes be a difficult process, right?
Yeah.
And so I think, sometimes when you're testifying or you're being asked pointed questions, we sometimes overlook certain things or we're left to presume certain things. And so sometimes I like to just ask the obvious. So it's not a loaded question at all. Just,
Well, I
you
don't
know,
think you asked one, and I appreciate you asking that, and giving me the opportunity, because honestly, I'm at the best place in my life that I've ever been. I'm at a place emotionally, mentally, and spiritually at a place that I've never been. It's given the opportunities, like I said, Carl Jung says, until you make those unconscious things conscious, it'll continue to direct your life. You call it fate. And I've seen how in my life that, quote, fate has occurred in various ways. Now that I recognize those patterns of behavior and thought, that's made a big impact for one thing. I've learned about attachments. In life, we are attached to things, people, and money, and career, and persona, and who we think we are. And that's just a personal myth of who we are. At our essence, you peel away all of those things and you have just the man. And that's what happened the last year. I have one of the phrases I had, I've come up with lots of them. I enjoy writing. I've done a lot of writing this last year. I've written songs. I've written 80 to 100 sort of devotional self-help kind of things, a children's book. So I've been able to spend a lot of time focusing on those things. But one of the quotes that I like is that when I had everything that I needed, I wanted more. But when I lost everything, I found everything that I ever wanted. And that's one thing that's happened. I'm not sure how much and how deep you want to go. People have different things, but spiritually, it's been a big motivation for me. Again, mentally, emotionally, I've finally realized and recognized in a way I never was aware of is, again, I mentioned that system 1 and system 2 type of thinking. We're so often driven by emotions and feelings and desires, the limbic system, system 1 kind of attitude. And we're driven that way. We react that way. That's instinct. It's the 95% of the way we live. I didn't know that. I see that now, and when I see myself in that, I'm able to withdraw from that. So it's been very satisfying for me to go on this deep dive to understand so many different things about myself and about people. Again, the working at the golf course has been very meaningful. It's been not even a challenge, but it's been humbling. It's been a lot of work, and I realized today and more than ever the privilege it is to be a doctor and to be appreciated for that, but to appreciate and respect the patients. So it's been a transformative year. If I could say one word, it would be transformative, and I'm in a very good place.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. Thank you for
I
asking.
don't have any other questions.
Okay. Any other board members have any questions? We will. Okay, no other questions. Do you have a redirect after the board's asked these questions?
No redirect.
Okay, all right then.
Thank you.
Dr. Story, you may
Thank
stand down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional witnesses?
Nothing further on behalf of Dr. Story and the rest.
Okay. On behalf of the board?
To her delight, I call Kristen Powell of the Mississippi PHP.
You look ecstatic to be up here.
We have 3 questions before I start coughing my lungs out. Make them count.
Okay. If you would raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
State your name for the record, please.
Kristen Powell.
Okay.
Kristen Powell.
If you would, could you please explain whether at the current time PHP has any services that they might offer to someone like Dr. Story?
Typically, our monitoring is for substance use or mental health disorders that are not well controlled with medication and could result in patient harm. We have and do occasionally monitor physicians for whom the primary issue is professional sexual misconduct. Those contracts look very different. We do not provide advocacy in those cases because a relapse would mean that patient harm has occurred. In those particular cases, it is simply monitoring and reporting compliance to the medical board, collecting information via polygraphs. It is an abstinence-based contract, just like all of our contracts are. And we would report whether the person is using the chaperones as directed, passing the polygraphs, workplace monitor reports, those sorts of things. Also in cases of professional sexual misconduct, we typically wait until after an evaluation and or treatment has been provided and it is directed that we monitor and or for the board to say, hey, we want you guys to provide this piece. So I think that's where the confusion comes in, because I did want to clarify, Dr. Story did call us. I think he was trying to do everything as was directed. He did in fact call us, but at that time he had not been to Acumen yet. So it was yet to be determined whether or not he would be appropriate even for the professional sexual misconduct contract that we have. If the board would like us to do that, we can and have in other cases.
Attend to the witness.
If you don't mind for me, for sake of the record, to clarify, Ms. Powell, would you identify who you work with? I know the board's very familiar with you. What is your title?
I'm the Associate Director for Mississippi Physician Health Program.
Okay. All right. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions for this witness?
Briefly, and it may not even be appropriate, and correct me if it's not. So is it that the recommendation is that from Dr. Graham is that Acumen is that Dr. Story participate in polygraph tests and that Dr. Graham and Dr. Crow update the board, or would they then update the board and PHP, or do they update PHP and PHP updates the board?
It could go both ways. If Dr. Story were to enter into a contract with MPHP, we would obviously expect him to continue working with Acumen as directed in their discharge recommendations. If the polygraphs are to be completed during that portion, should his returns, we can do it that way. Once that ends, because that's only typically for, a year or so out, then we would pick up the polygraph testing and report that compliance to the medical board. So both, essentially, if he were to enter into a contract with us, we would get reports from Acumen. If the medical board continues to want the reports directly from Acumen, they could certainly request that, or they could simply be provided to us and we could report to the board that he was in compliance with everything.
Okay. And when you said you don't provide advocacy when it's sexual misconduct, what did that mean?
In the contracts that are for substance use disorders, there is a term that says that we are advocating for this person's safe return to practice, because we have a much better way to measure their ability to practice safely. Also, typically in cases of substance use, when there is a relapse, it's usually outside of work, does not typically involve a patient. In a case of professional sexual misconduct, a relapse would in fact involve a patient, and patient harm would already be there. So it's much harder for us to say with that degree of certainty that this person is safe to return to practice. So we're removing ourselves from that piece. And if basically deferring to the board on that end, we would report compliance with our contract, report compliance with polygraphs, workplace monitor, chaperone, things like that.
All right, that's all I have.
The board members have any questions for this witness? Good. I hear no questions. All right. Any other? No reject. This time you're free to step down. Any additional witnesses?
We rest.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, do you want to make a brief closing?
No rebuttal, and we rest on Dr. Story's presentation.
Okay. No closing?
No closing.
Okay. All right, this time I will turn it over to the board president. This will conclude the hearing in the matter of the request for licensure, reinstatement, and request for relief by Dr. Story.
Thank you, Ms. Ratliff. The hearing having concluded, at this time, we can entertain a motion regarding the petition for reinstatement.
Make the motion, we go into executive session to close session to discuss the reinstatement of the license of.
We have a motion.
Story.
We have a second.
Second.
Motion and second, Dr. LaTour. And any further discussion or debate? If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Well, the meeting is closed, and we will after deliberations.
One more item. The March meeting.
Dr. Givens, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, please report on our action.
Okay, board met the petition to reinstate licensure is granted with the requirement that the recommendations for return to work by Acumen be followed, as in addition to PHP, the Mississippi PHP follow-up for a total of 3 years. Any other questions can be directed to the Executive Director, Dr. Ken Cleveland, on next week.
A final order will be prepared and submitted to you.
Thank you, Dr. Givens.
Thank you.
So that concludes the matter in the hearing of Dr. Story, right? And the only
You're free to leave then. Thank you.
You're free to go, yeah. And the only item left on our agenda is our March meeting dates, and we have a proposed meeting dates for Wednesday, March 18th and Thursday, March 19th. Is there any discussion about that?
Is that the week after spring break? Just out of curiosity. I think the week of the 9th is spring break. Is that correct? Am I right there?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
It's okay with me.
But
Any other,
if I may, we're still trying to get a total head count of board members to attend FSMB. If you're not sure today, if you can get in touch with us either tomorrow or Monday, it's time for us to start booking flights and making hotel reservations and things like that. So if you're sure you're going, please, let's see, who's sure they're going? Okay. And then, Dr. Owens, are you planning on going? I couldn't see if you raised your hand or not. She had her hand raised. Dr. Gibbons, I know he's a yes.
Yes, I'm a yes.
And
I'm still right here waving my hand, yeah.
okay. All right. And Dr. Gersh,
I'm a yes.
he's a yes. Okay. Thank you.
okay. So, do we need a motion to approve the March meeting dates, or were they approved by acclamation?
Acclamation. So we're going with March 18th and 19th, correct?
Yeah, we'll meet on March 18th and 19th. And
I have it locked in.
And I regret that I regret that Renee has a conflict. Anyway, there being is there any other business before the board today? There being no further business before the board, this meeting is adjourned.